And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the spaceship. We are live. We have some interesting things to talk about tonight, as usual. Some stuff with news and with a variety of different things. And you could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And I appreciate that. We'll be talking about the Six Flags that's going to be closing down. I mean, that's been closed down for 19 years, but that they're going to officially tear down. Also, about some medieval stuff with King Arthur. I'm in the mood for that tonight, and some other things that we talk about on here as well. Regarding aliens, maybe some mystery stuff. Even though Halloween's over, I don't mind touching on it a little bit, and trials and things like that. And we are going to be switching over to the other screen right now. Alright. Hello, everyone. I am here. So, one thing which I am going to be starting up the game in a moment and seeing how all that goes. And so basically, I I hope everybody's been having a good week, and I did a stream on Saturday technically, but it was a very short stream. You could say it was like a pre-stream for this stream, which I'll be doing a couple of times, which has to do with the Six Flags, and we were talking about the hurricane, and which all that was just a gust of some storms, some light storms that came in, and that was it. So that was not really that bad. I've been keeping up with the trials and also doing stuff with my channel. Been juggling that around. So without further ado, I'm going to start the game and we'll get into that, and I'll talk about the different things while I do the game as I usually do. Okay. Alright, so the game is now connecting to the server and about to begin. Okay. Just waiting a moment, and we just got a nice cool front, and I'm very happy about that. I'm wearing my long sleeved outfits that I liked wearing during this time of year because it's nice and cool. And it just came in. I remember last night it had to be a cool front. It just had to be. And I was right, it was. It couldn't be any more that hurricane. It was just basically the okay, it's authenticating. Okay. And it's about to begin. So it was just basically, the storm. It was a cold front, like I thought it was. All right. So, seeing how the game connects, and it's not my end, it's the game, because sometimes the game, like, their servers have, a mind of its own sometimes. And the people in the game tell me, especially at night, the game will do its own thing. Now, so we're gonna be switching back over here. I thought it was starting up for a second, but it wasn't. All right, so I'm gonna close that out actually, and we're just gonna do that again. And you have to just manually close it down. Okay, let's do that again. So what I'm doing right now is, okay, getting into the game. So basically, there are some trials going on that I was, been keeping up with, and I don't get there right away. Sometimes I get there a little bit later, but I still show up. And so basically, the trial about the scary, weird guy that deleted his girlfriend allegedly was found guilty today, and that's a very good thing because he was very creepy looking. Not that looks matter, but he just seemed like there was something off about him, and also the way he presented himself to the court during the trial and during the interrogations. he certainly was not right, and something about his presence was off too. So he was found guilty today, and that was we were all glad to see that. And a lot of times, there will be, because during trials there's breaks, and a break will go on, and sometimes it lasts more than what you would intend it to be, and then it eventually they come back. So a problem that was happening, and I'm still waiting for this game to load, because as I said, it's not me, it's not my end, it's basically the other the other stuff. So Legend of Pirates of the Caribbean Online appears to be temporarily unavailable. Still trying. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time, and then I guess I'm gonna have to go and read just some different articles and things like that while we go and wait for, not wait really, but basically go and get the other people to, because sometimes I don't just get into the topic right away. I just kind of play the game and briefly talk about the stuff, then I get into it so people may not miss things that may come in a little bit later. Alright, so I'm going to do this, and then I'm just going to read some articles or something like that, or I'll look at pictures and talk about, like, if I was playing the game, then get into this stuff later. Well, it'll work out. Everything will go as it's supposed to be. Alright. As I said, just the Pirates of the Caribbean game, it has a mind of its own. Their servers. Alright, so basically, the situation was that the audio has been very horrible on the trial chat. It's been very horrible. Like, so there'll be like some static noises. There will be, the audio will be very low. And sometimes it'll just sound like, rest in peace to headphone users. There are some theories about the courtrooms some of the courtrooms are very old, and their tech isn't really sufficient. All that taxpayer money going to a bunch of nonsense, it seems. It's being used in vain. And some of them sound very good, some of them sound horrible. And that was something that we were all ranting about. And YSL I've been keeping up with, obviously. And so what I do is I'm in all these multiple chat rooms, and I'll feel schizophrenic because I'm listening to multiple chats, and I am paying attention to it. But it's a different type of level of consciousness when you're listening to many streams at once. And also one of the reasons is that I've acquired different groups that I keep up with that like to see what I have to say. So it's like my channel, but in a chat form. It's like an interesting pioneering situation where through a chat room you can have, you could basically do your content through a chat room. And, you have an alliance between both channels. And Law and Crime's kind of like a corporation type thing. It's not like it was always a corporation, but it's not as personalized. It's still personalized. There's still shout out to them, whoever runs the behind the scenes, but they're kind of more incognito. But I think that group, whoever it is, was always there. But as I said, the mods and Addy, they were let go, and Alan disagrees about, he thinks he likes Addy, but he's not a big fan of some of the mods that may have been too strict in the chat, and I understand what he means. But of course, I never had a problem with them, but I don't think completely abolishing them was the solution. And this game does not, their servers they don't seem to surprise me or amaze me, because it's this whole time the pirate game's servers are really out. Maybe Woody went over there and he's messing with the terminals at the pirate game. Isn't that something? And we have somebody in here, I think. Alright, there she is. Hola, Latina. Perfecto timing. Yes, you are. Alright, well, okay, so the game isn't loading. So we're just gonna get right into it, Latina. Okay. And last time you were not here for whatever reason, and I'm glad you're here with us now. And we're just gonna get right into everything because we could start now with what we usually do. So basically, what happened was the game's servers are being goofy, so we have to do something. We have to just get right into it. And you're here, so that makes it, a regular is here, so that's great. Okay, Latina, thank you for that. I'll be appreciating to hear what they have to say if they come through. Okay. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. And I'm going to just get the different windows ready. Okay. Moving this over here. Alright. Okay, so basically on our list of discussion, I'm going to be talking about Six Flags. Right here. Alright, so Six Flags New Orleans. It's been 19 years since Hurricane Katrina, and I'm just getting news just as I'm speaking to everybody here. I see a headline from WDSU. The site, which has been closed since Hurricane Katrina nearly 20 years ago, Six Flags site demolition is halted. Well, that is news to me. That is something wild. Well, we're going to get right into that one because it looks like, unsurprisingly, they have halted the demolition of it, but I'll explain to you what I'm talking about. So there is a Six Flags in New Orleans, and I went to it when I was a kid, and I really enjoyed it. But what happened was, when Hurricane Katrina came, it caused it to close down. Well, it closed because of the hurricane coming through, and then it would be reopening within a week or a couple of days when the hurricane passed over. But a horrid, unexpected apocalypse occurred where all over the state, I found out a couple of months ago, the parts of the state, levees all over the state started breaking. And specifically, New Orleans and other areas too. Contrary to popular belief, it was also in Lakeview, which was a part that is not, which is a very great area, and all over, even in parts of Metairie, which is in the west. And some parts didn't flood and some parts did. And other parts of the state, like there's some part in western Louisiana, one of them broke. So it caused like a chain reaction, like a domino effect. And there's multiple hurricanes that came through that year that plowed in, and the levees were not really designed right, and they didn't repair them or do any maintenance on them. And you reap what you sow. So the Six Flags, and as I said, I've been to it, and it was a couple of different things were going on. Like they had a pirate ride, then like you were like a cannonball. From what I recall from it, you were like a cannonball, and you would hit the pirate ship, and they had some other pirate scenes, and then they made it into the SpongeBob ride. I'd say maybe before this, but especially I remember when the SpongeBob movie came out, and so they had a SpongeBob ride there, and you were like a Krabby Patty walking around on a plate. And there was other parts of it, but that's what but that's what I recall of it. And so this is what it would have looked like originally. And but before it got all messed up. So you had this place, very nice flags and nice painted well and all, but then after the hurricane, this is when it flooded. So the hurricane came through and it broke these levees in all these different areas, as I said, and that is a picture of it while it was flooded. So you see, it looks like a giant lake. It looks like a small lake or a big pond, and everything is just sitting there. And that area got flooded really high. It flooded really high. And it's kind of odd where you see like the interstate, not the interstate, the highway looks like it's all like above ground, and it's just dry. Then you have these other areas that are like puddles. So it's kind of interesting to see how it works when these areas flood. Like it just to get like it recedes and it just floods certain spots. It's quite terrifying. So this is a scene of it. So you had urban explorers that came through, and people graffitied it over the 19 years. People came to document it, and there's many videos on YouTube of YouTubers going over there. I have not been there since 2005, before the hurricane, and I've not gone in there, since it closed down. But other people from other parts of the world came and documented it, and there's all kinds of different lore and folklore and stories about it. So, they filmed Jurassic Park, maybe Jurassic World. I'm not quite sure which one. They were filmed there, and then you have, we have some scenes right here of it where, you see some of the area where the ground is. It seems like there's some lines there, and then you see like the graffiti and the abandonedness. So similar to in the USSR and the Soviet Union, what?
Six Flags?
I'm talking about Six Flags. I'm also making reference to the USSR.
Where's the pirate game?
I'm not playing the pirate game because of the servers are not working in the game. Hello, Curse Zero. I'll get to you in a moment. So basically, with in the USSR, there's a nuclear meltdown that happened, and there was an abandoned theme park over there, and that's kind of like what this reminds me of. And very dystopian. And basically, what happened was they, had to abandon it, and there's mutated like creatures and stuff over there. Like there's like a frog with three eyes, and these different, mutant creatures allegedly that are over there. So yeah, that's what this situation reminds me of. And Curse Zero says, I left after Katrina, but I left because I was 18, not because of the storm. Oh, okay. Understood. And yeah, I was 7 when it happened. And yeah, it was a very unfortunate situation, and I have, there's more of this to dive into. And yeah, so you see Daffy Duck right there, and the sign gets faded out. Another eerie thing about this is that the signs get faded out to the point where it just isn't there anymore. Like the sign for Welcome to Six Flags is just it's just a white piece of paper. It looks like it's very eerie, and you just see over the years they just turn faded out. Yeah, and this is a TikTok. It's a picture of a TikTok video about it, and Six Flags began abandoned nearly 20 years ago. Yeah, and you had these different people documenting it. For now, I'm just scrolling through the different pictures. Yeah, so it was a very thriving park. I never thought or imagined it would be completely destroyed like this. And remember the Six Flags guy? It was like a bald guy with glasses. And I remember like there was this height chart that you had where there's like green, yellow, and red to tell if you're tall enough for a ride. And I was tall enough for most of the rides, but there was one ride where I was a kid, I wasn't big enough yet for the rat trap, and I really wanted to go on it for a couple of years, and I'm like, I'll go on it when I'm older. Now, obviously, that I wouldn't be older going to that park, as you could see, but I was very fortunate. There was a very nice lady that was running the ride, and she made an exception, and I believe some my family members and I we went on it, and I got to go on the rat trap. It's like this roller coaster that goes really fast and it stops. That's all I remember about it. I'm glad for that lady's kindness. So I was able to go on that ride because I would not ever be able to go on it again. And it may have been close to. It may have been in 2005. I was only it was there for a couple of years, and I was only a couple of years old. But yeah, it had to be close to the end. And got some people going down the street, and so yeah, see that's the sign of it, and that it's getting dull, and that's when it was. You see, these people didn't do anything to it. It says closed for storm, and it was stuck like that forever, and but yeah, closed from storm. That aged like fine wine. Yeah, because it definitely it made an impact for years to come. So basically, I saw a headline that it's going to be closed. They're not. So the news is they're going to demolish the whole site. But guess what? I just saw a headline it was for today that they're not going to close. They're not going to demolish it just yet. It was halted, of course, and it could be there like the YSL trial. It's going to go on for generations. It's going to go for 100 to 200 years from now. So yeah, that's the sign when it was relatively probably a few years after it, and it was just fading away. So I guess what they do is they must with these signs they must renew it. They must kind of go back and get new signs over time because they certainly didn't. The signs get faded out at some point, and yeah, then you have. Yeah, this. So that's what it looks now. That's what it looked now. I know it's kind of a small picture, but yeah, it's like completely faded out right there. And then you got the whole sign just gone at. That's in 2022. It's just completely gone. Somebody went and snatched it. Yeah. So over here we have some other pictures of it. You just see a lot of wilderness, a lot of trees and shrubbery just kind of growing over everything. And then the ground, it was flooded, interestingly. And I'm sure a lot of those trees and shrubbery would have happened anyway, but when the hurricane came, all these seeds and stuff just were spread all over the place. I remember something all of a sudden just popped in my head nearly 19 years ago. It just popped in my head. I can't believe it. I remember now. So there were these very strange flowers that were growing. They may have been sunflowers, I want to say, but I don't think they were necessarily sunflowers. I just don't really remember, but they're very strange. It wasn't. So they either may have been a sunflower, but it was or something or a mutation, some mutated thing. Yeah, there's these random big flowers that were growing in different spots of random parts of the lawn and the side of the house and stuff. So yeah, these strange plants were everywhere. It was, and a lot of different spiders and insects and stuff popped out of nowhere. So as I said, it's interesting from a scientific analyst. Very interesting how it changed the environment of the different species and plant and biological species that exist in an area. So yeah, so a lot of trees and things were brought in and grew in the different spots. And of course, with no maintenance on anything, you're going to have an overgrown jungle. And yeah, this is another ride right there. And there's thousands of pictures of these. And you can see you have all of the paint is like fading out, but some parts of the paint are just still there intact. And you got to say that although there's tons of abandoned places and parks, was constructed very well to go through I don't know. I don't know the exact number, but 15 to 20 feet of water, and just be like still there after 19 years. It was built very well. Kind of like with the Titanic, that's obviously a tragedy, but how it was, it lasted. It was able to sink straight down, and it the the 2 hours or so that it lasted, that it was able to last as long as it did, and not just break up in a million pieces. Because basically with the Titanic, I found out recently that it was not. It was very very close. Something fell somewhere, so I don't know, but that's what that noise was. But so the Titanic, it was very very, you know, because it wasn't like what people thought. The Titanic nearly almost made it. It almost missed the iceberg, considering its rudder and all. Contrary to what the movie and a lot of experts say, it was. It nearly almost missed it, and the iceberg just kind of like poked little holes in it along the side of it and opened up the metal and popped out some rivets, kind of like Morse code. But it was, unfortunately, they didn't quite make it, and it was enough to take the whole ship down. But they almost like nearly missed it. So, in spite of the horrible, impossible thing it went through, it did the best it could have possibly, done. But it could have been more lifeboats on it, though. That was that was really the main problem, and it wasn't unsinkable like people thought. Obviously, no, nothing is invincible. And I believe the same error happened with this city. You know, in this hurricane, they didn't. They overestimated the ability of the levees and stuff, but just nothing's indestructible. Especially when they went over it later, the mud sentiment under it weared out until it just kind of caved in. Like, it just kind of went right through. You get like a piece of wet cardboard and make a wall, and then you get some water pushing on it. It's not gonna last, because you get like swamp mud, goofy swamp mud, to go and put something there. It's not a good idea. But anyway, there's a lot of geniuses out there. So basically, you see, with this situation, that's the Coca-Cola sign, and that is the drink some Coca-Cola drinks, things like that. And oh, interesting, we have here. This is the bumper cars. I remember the bumper cars. It was that was very fun, and that was the first amusement park. And it's all just frozen there in time. It's very fascinating. It's frozen there in time. And this is a better view of the bumper cars. So basically, we have here that, as I said, just they all, besides the graffiti and some of the, looks like kind of dust. I'm sure if you looked in it, you'd probably see cakes, what's called cakes. They're not appetizing cakes to eat, but when water goes and it settles, it's kind of like a desert. You'll see like these clay charred lines in it. That's like what it looks like. You see these shapes, these like lines, and like these squares of caked mud, and it's probably on the floor of the bumper car. But the paint and all is all still intact, and it's all there frozen in time along with the graffiti and stuff. So it was stood there for 19 years. Actually, if that's the Six Flags one, that looks pretty clean. The ground, it looks actually pretty clean. Interestingly, it kind of cleaned it up, and that was for the 13-year mark. So that was a couple of years ago. But yeah, so nobody's taking care of it over time. It just kind of falls apart. And I was reading that Six Flags itself had a problem where they went bankrupt at some point. And it's very. I was always wondering why they didn't rebuild it. My dude, Senior DJ, welcome. And my friend Gam too. Good to see you both. And DJ says, "Hey, Senior Alien, hope you are doing well. I'm doing well, thank you, sir. Hope you are too. I'm going to listen while going to off into Dreamland." Well, thank you for telling me that you're here, and we will help your passage into a smooth transition into Dreamland. All right. So my friend Gam says, just dropped by to say hi. Just wrapped up my stream and had my first true fail at painting tonight. Oh no. Then redeemed it when the next one. LO. Hope it all goes well. Well, Gam, shout out to you, Gam, and thank you for coming here and telling us hello. And I'm glad you're able to have a comeback after the setback that happened. So thank you, sir, also for coming here. Shout out to all of you watching and listening. I appreciate all of you as we dive into this very sensitive, deep topic for me. And comparing, where I was and where I am now in very different parts of my life in my 26 years, my few 26 years I've been here. So I didn't even know that live streams existed. Obviously, YouTube was just invented the year of the hurricane. So like I existed and I was a kid and I thought of myself as an adult when I was a kid, of course. But I basically was in a time where before the social media and before all the streams and stuff. So it was very interesting. So yeah, so that is some more the bumper cars, and you see, everything. You would just wonder if it was wired up a little bit, if the wiring got fried out, if you could turn on the machines, if they would all work. So it's just a very interesting concept to, speculate on. So here's another view of it. And man, it looks like it's desert dust. And that's certainly like what would happen, that a lot of times with the water would recede, it was just a lot like kind of like a desert as I described, and it looks kind of like desert dust there, and all that mud you see there, it's originally like a concrete, or if you went to any amusement park, you would see a bumper car. It would look whatever it's supposed to look like. There's other parks in the city, but this specific one, the biggest one, it went downhill. But that one, yeah. So you basically, it was just completely, when it's flooded, it will have a lot of mud, dirt, mud. That's what that is. And now I'm looking at the bumper car, and yeah, it looks very dusty, and it's more dusty than the other ones looked like because it's more of a close up. And yeah, so all that dust you see there, that was from the water. It was completely submerged underwater. Very fat in a very epic way. Yeah. See, these are some other points of view of it. Yeah, you could see all the mud on it. I mean, all the, like the dirt. It just looks like dust or sand. You could kind of see inside the bumper car. You see the water line a little bit in there. It was just like a little bucket. It was like a big bucket. I said it's so crazy. I remember the wheel. I remember holding the wheel. I remember driving around in those things like it was yesterday. So it's very strange indeed. And the city didn't do anything for it for 19 years. And they're going to demolish it, but now they're saying it's been delayed. you know, I think it's just really insane. Now that one looks like it's more damaged than the other bumper cars. It certainly looks like it's, and I don't know which time periods these were taken. It could have been taken in 2008, 2013, 2022, etc. But you see, it's like it's been. It looks certainly. That one looks more decayed, for sure. Oh my goodness. What? Isn't that something? Understood, Mary Toodles. Understood. And there is news about this that came up, so I've been, have to. I don't have to, but I want to cover it. And yeah, so basically you have the graffiti there as you would usually see, and you see this bumper car that's just hanging out. So this thing just when it came in, it just kind of floated and moved this giant bumper car way out of the way because you would see weird things like that. This thing that's not supposed to be there just pushed in some random spot. It's like, why on earth is that there? Yeah, I understand, Mary. I understand you're triggered. It's a very horrid, disgraceful situation. As I said, you have some of these TikToks that were covering it. That one looks like it was maybe taken this year. And yeah, you see the roller coasters in the different areas. It's all overgrown and just it looks like a jungle. I could see why they would want to film Jurassic World there. It certainly would fit. It would fit. And people may think it's trespassing for those people that did it, but I'm glad it was documented and we could see what it looks like. Well, that's very interesting. Wow. That is quite intriguing. This is a picture of it like during the twilight or like either evening or early morning, and you could see all the stars in the sky and in the roller coaster. That is very, very eerie and fascinating. Let's go get a closer look at this. See how this goes. That, as I said, that is certainly a breathtaking situation. And, you know, as I said, I could see a lot of stars at night, but this area it's a kind of more of a secluded area, more secluded than my area. And you could see all the different stars at night. And it's a beautiful thing in a way, because even at the most darkest things, something beautiful could come out of it. And it looks like a very interesting Halloween scene, certainly. And zooming in closer, yeah, you see all those stars. Very, very nice. It looks like one of those medieval depictions. Because I don't know, I was in the mood for medieval stuff. I usually am, but I really felt it tonight, so I'm also going to be talking about that tonight. Like the King Arthur stuff again. But, that's kind of what it reminds me of. But with amusement parks, it's the modern age. And yeah, because that's how they would depict different things. Yeah, that's very interesting. And then you have the overgrown trees. It's kind of greenish looking. Yeah, very, very fascinating. Yeah. And over here, I think that might be, yeah, that might be the log ride, certainly. And now that was one I had good memories with Mary Toodles, and I understand it's kind of a triggering subject for her. But basically, yeah. So I think that might be it, and that's why there's water there still, because it was water there before that. And so you go in this log ride, and it's plastic, just giant plastic log, which I'm sure y'all familiar with these kind of rides. And you go up this thing, this like roller coaster, and you go down, and all this water would just splash in your face, and there would be this picture that would be taken. And then basically, and the water tasted like kind of would splash in your face. It tasted really good though. It wasn't bad water. It tasted good. It was like a nice fresh pool. And I believe that is it. I don't think it may not be. It may not be. But it probably is. So that's why it's still there. But now this picture, very nice clouds and sky, but it's very unfortunate. That kind of looks like, yeah, the SpongeBob ride. Yeah, I'm about to get to that in a moment. And that actually looks like Vietnam, like a scene from the Vietnam War, with the clouds and like the jungle, but like in HD. And Latina, we've talked about Vietnam War before, and a lot of Vietnamese people came to the area where I'm at because they were escaping the Vietnam War and this climate was very similar to Vietnam. As I said, I've made these little Vietnam. You see them before the Vietnam movies I made, and of reenactments, and it's taken in the the yard because it looks just like it. I mean, also down the street before, family had something, had a place down the street, and they sold it, but you know before, like, the people that bought it kind of like went and cleared out everything. There is these very nice palm trees, these random palm trees, and all these gigantic thick vines, and it looked just like a scene from that. It looked just like a scene from that. So it's a very interesting area, and as I said, I think it's disgraceful for the city to let this place rot for 19 years, and they should have had it rebuilt for them to come back and just start over. And if they could have done it to get Disneyland, Disney, or some other place to get it, and it was called Jazzland before that, if they could have just gotten them or created the Saints Park or something, they could have made something out of it. But it's kind of like with Latino, we talk about like political things, and which we talk a little bit about it on this channel. But I think just we have some, in my opinion, you have corrupted politicians and people that are not, they're a little stupid, and they're focused on themselves or whatever agendas they're pushing, but they're not really focused on making these other things better. And you're just going to let these things rot away, like similar to countries in Asia or some third world country. You have problems with the corruption and and goofy people. Because I said that sky, that scenery, people could have been there doing something. Hurricane Katrina was not the end of the city. Recently, a little bit political for a moment, that and both sides I think can agree on this, that when you have, like, say, Trump that was nearly assassinated twice, and he was able to have a comeback after all the stuff that the media and everything went against him. And I think, even if people don't like him, he did have a comeback from it all. And he just, and I've heard his speeches about these motivational speeches he has given. And basically, I think that you can, come back, it's about your mindset, about is something going to destroy you or not. It's, the one that can or can't are both correct. So using that example, basically, you have a situation where the city could have a mindset where the hurricane doesn't have to be the end. Because, like, Latina in chat, for nearly 20 years, there is houses. I'm sure there's some houses that are still standing, but there's houses that just stand there for years and years, just rotting away. And it was just stuck in that time period. And, and some people had problems because of the storm, psychological issues. Obviously, you're going to have PTSD, of course. I'm not saying that isn't a thing that is real. But people, in the city in general, it doesn't have to be the end of it. Having a better mindset on things, I think, would be good, in doing what you can to rebuild the city and to move past it and to move forward. And, like some politicians, they say to move forward. It's good to move forward in a positive direction. And, yep. Yeah, that's the log ride. Definitely. And that is the logs. Just kind of frozen in time there. And, like, there's many different people that at one point were, including myself and Mary Toodles, that were on these rides. So, yeah, that's why it's good to have, if they're, whatever they are, whatever political party they are, it's good to have politicians that make good decisions and get things done, and not just let things just rot away. And of course, I don't know all the technical stuff. I'm not there. I'm not running the city. I don't know all the technical stuff. But I mean, come on, man. It's like, where's all the tax money go to? And so you see just these little ponds, these, if you want to call them a pond, that were created. The Six Flags Lake. So now into some lore about the park, some folklore. There are some people closer to that I well, shout out to my dudes 66X, our fellow nerd, because we're in a chat of nerds like myself. Shout out to 66X. So six. We're talking about the storm, and basically Six Flags is in New Orleans is going to be demolished. And well, it's not going to be. They were going to demolish it after 19 years, but now they're saying that they're not going to demolish it. It's going to be delayed. Well, we get into that in a little bit, but so I'm just sort of showing you all the different pictures and the different stuff that's going on about what people have taken over time and making my commentary. It's kind of like this is like a live commentary video of me reacting to Six Flags pictures of the abandoned Six Flags. So basically, in this situation, you have these people where that were the story of these urban explorers that went to the park probably around nighttime, that were urban explorers, and the gift shop was kind of like still flooded because, as I showed you all, there's parts of the park that are like natural lakes now, and ponds and all kinds of ridiculous stuff over there. Just I'm sure there's frogs and fish and all kinds of aquatic life, and you species and all kinds of, it's like its own ecosystem pretty much. So basically, you have the situation where they were going to the gift shop and they found a bunch of alligators in there. So I read this on Reddit, and the people were, so the gift shop, it was, some things were not messed up and some things were messed up, just leaving it in layman's terms. But yeah, there's like alligators in there. So it's like you in like nighttime. So these people like at nighttime, and they're going to do an exploration and they see some alligators chilling. It's not really a pleasant thing to see. And so there's alligators in the area, in that park now, that live there. Also, some wild boars. Because in the state you'll have boars, not where I am, but kind of out. Like if people think that where I am is kind of secluded, which what I mean by secluded for Mary Toodles, what I mean by that is it's a very populated area with people over the place, but it has a couple of trees, and sometimes it's quiet, and sometimes you don't see anybody walking around. It's just kind of like a ghost town. So, shout out to her. But so there's other areas kind of out east that are even more with more trees and less, and maybe not as much people around. And then you'll have even more wildlife there, because some of y'all have seen the possums or the raccoons or cats and things I put up. And there's allegedly sometimes, I haven't seen one in a very long time, but there may be rabbits in the area. But basically, overall, those are just the creatures that are around here, as far as I know. So there's some boars in the North Shore, certainly, and also out in the east and more secluded parts. We're actually really secluded. And so at the park, there's boar sightings. So a boar, which you all know what a boar is. Before I knew what a boar was, y'all knew what a boar was, okay? Because I'm 10. But, I'm not really 10, it's a joke. But, from The Lion King, it's a Hakuna Matata thing. That's what it basically is. So they have those things chilling over there. And you have basically right there. And we're going to pin that because I'm going to get to that in a moment. So yeah, so that's the little the grumpy critters that are at the park. And I want to say happy birthday to 66X for, happy birthday to you. And, shout out to you, and I hope that it's been great. You've been having a good birthday. All right, so yeah, you have that. These, these goofy boars. So yeah, so that is also at the park that I know of, from what people said online. The merry-go-round is just abandoned, just like Chernobyl. And it's technically in Ukraine, but I call it Russia because it was in the USSR. It's at a time where Russia was this big red blob, this big red thing, a big block. I remember this one. This is one that Six would like. In Six, you would have really liked this park. Now, they do have Six Flags parks in other parts of the country, so they still have them, but basically, you would have liked this park a lot. Because, it's a DC Comics, and they have Joker rides. And this one is the Jester ride. And I remember going on it. And you could see the dirt on it from the flood, but it's also been kind of cleaned off a little bit. And you could just see where it's just been frozen in time, waiting for it to be brought back up. Yeah, shout out to Latina. Yeah, facts, facts. Yeah, and they have they have the gesture ride, and yeah, and that's like a little video of it where they had the people on the ride, and yeah, 2003. Yeah, I was probably there that day when they went on it. Yeah, and it was very nice and all well put together, and yeah, that's another view of it. I remember going there. I remember that. So they had a couple of things like that there, and that may have been just a statue for a ride that was there. But basically, what they would do is you could put your head on like a mermaid or a merman, and you would go and pretend like you're a mermaid or a merman. Now, that was always fun. Then you have that. Somebody got on top of this roller coaster beam and very brave and took that picture. Very brave to go in there and then go on top of that thing and take a picture. Wow. Modern day ruins. As I said, the paint has held up very well, and in spite being under so much water, it still sturdy. That's why it's like some parts of this park could have been completely restored. For it's so cringe. Yeah, and that's what the sign looked like, and that must have been taken right after, or perhaps even the day of, but not the day of course, but like sometime after it. Six Flags New Orleans closed for storm. It was just frozen like that. Over time, it faded away. Yeah, and that's the top part, and it looks like it's at night, or like at dusk, something like that. And it just looks so clean, like cleaner than most sidewalks or streets, because it's just been frozen in time like that. That's a real close up of the flood. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that one's very intriguing. I've never seen one that close before. Yeah, so you can see that. That's when it was it was flooded, and you could see it was so high. It was like 15 feet or so, and yeah, those were the helicopters, like going around it. And yeah, as I said, it held up for a very long time. Okay, now I'm going to go over to the SpongeBob ride. All right, so that's the SpongeBob ride, and some different pictures of it. Yeah, so it was completely faded, as you could see. And as I said, I remember going there. I remember being right there. Right there, I remember. I walked right in that building. I was right there. And on the in front of it, you could see, you could probably, not in that picture specifically, but you can see the, they would have like a little street sign looking thing. And it would have green that you could go on it. Yellow is with caution, and red, it's like you can't go on it. And the SpongeBob ride originally was a pirate ride that was like a cannonball, and you're like a cannonball in a pirate ship. And that one, I remember it was like you're like a Krabby Patty on a plate. It was a couple of different scenes, and it was quite fun. And they had like this lion that would talk about before you go in there if there's an emergency or somebody's trying to be a creeper. Like if like they tell you like if Diddy was like trying to give you some baby oil or something, they like tell you put your hands up and holler, or any other kind of emergency like a fire or something, and you would all be like strapped in, and it was like a movie theater, and you're looking at. I need to be a little bit more specific here, just in that I don't think I think y'all get it, but may not be exactly as specific as I could have been. So basically, what happens is it was like a movie theater. You go to a movie theater and you look at the different things in the movie theater. You sit in your seat and you watch a movie. But this was like a ride, a movie theater that was a ride. And it would go up and down, and the optical illusions of the screen and moving around in the seats, and you're strapped in. So you're like a movie theater, but think of a movie theater from the 2000s or the 90s, which you all would remember, of course. And basically, it was a kind of like that, and they would strap you in, like with like you're going on a ride, and they'd strap you in and buckle you up, and you would just go up and down. Very similar to the World War II Museum, it's a very good museum about the war. And that's a very good shot. That's a very good. There it is. You could see it right there. That's the height chart that I stood right in front of. Let's see if I could zoom in possibly. I zoom in. Kind of wants me to log in, but I got this. Okay, so open up another window. Let's see if I got this. Okay, so eh. But it's okay. You could still see it anyway. So Yeah, so you see this on the screen. You have where the there's this little height chart right there, and there's like a green thing, and it's yellow. I mean, the green thing and a red thing on the bottom, and that I stood right in front of that to see what height I was to get into the ride. And it's very fascinating to see that all these years later. And it's very, although it's all graffitied and all, basically it held up very well, and you could see the way it's painted, and they designed it where the sun would reflect off of it, and you could see all kinds of different colors. They built that to last for a very long time. It wasn't meant to go downhill the way it did. And basically, it has very historic significance. And I think that it's good that they documented these things. But yeah, alien spaceship stood right there, and I think I could zoom in now. Okay, here we go. Uh, okay, going down here. And you just got like gibberish, like there, you say roaches, different things, and you're just people being goofy. And then you see, as I said, that you see on the side on the left hand side, there's a green, there's a sign, a very, let's say like a street sign, and it's green and red. That was the height chart to go in there. If you're in the red, you can't go in. But I recall a yellow part. You know, in it. But, that's just how it looked. Or maybe some did and some didn't. So, basically, that is the high chart. An alien spaceship stood right in front of there. And you see, that's just some more of the debris and different things like that. Yeah. Yeah, so it was painted very well. You see, that is one of the that's one of the merch there. It looks brand new. The pictures that were taken. It's loading. Well, it loaded for y'all, but my end it has some goofiness to it. Yeah, some different scenes. Kind of like what we've been showing with the bumper cars these people saw. Okay. Yeah, so basically what Six Flags was called originally, it was originally called Jazzland, and then they made it into Six Flags when Six Flags got the lease on it. That's the playground I was at. Very cool. Ah, you see, that's the water lines. No, that is not the water lines. That might be graffitied, but that's exactly what the water lines look like. You see on those columns, you have those brown and yellow lines. That's like what the water lines look like. It's a bunch of different layers. I'll get to you in a moment, Latina. I see you wrote a message to me. Said all these things just kind of thrown around everywhere. Okay. There's another one. And they got high on that one. So the story is that they're going to be tearing it down, but they actually didn't really do that. They didn't really do what they said. I wouldn't recommend the people that took this picture to take a picture of a person that they're with. That wouldn't be a good idea. Yeah, so that is, as I said, it's so fascinating. The merch is just perfectly, looks brand new, and it's nearly 19 years old. That's crazy. And right, yeah. So Latina, regarding King Arthur, I am I'm going to see. I am going to basically go through the different articles and stuff. I mean, it's like the content King Arthur. I'm gonna like talk about that and some medieval stuff. It's gonna just like some of the Wikipedia excerpts of it and some stuff I know off the top of my head and some pictures. That is basically what it's going to be about. You know, and hello Amanda, good to see you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here to tell us hello. And basically that these different images of the Six Flags. Yeah, so Amanda, what I'm talking about is the Six Flags that got wrecked during Hurricane Katrina. They said that they're going to be tearing it down after 19 years. 19 years, they're going to tear it down. And then what they will do is they will go and build something else there. But what happened was they just came out in the news and said they delayed tearing it down. So it's really ridiculous. And I was just going over some pictures of, they're not happy pictures, they're sad pictures of the Six Flags catastrophe because of so it's an abandoned amusement park we're like looking at from brave urban explorers. Shout out to them that went and documented it. And also Amanda says shout out to Mary. She says hi to Mary as well. Yeah, so that was a ride. Oh, it was the water fountain. Yeah, I remember I said I walked right in there. I walked right in there and drank some water. I remember that. Like it was yesterday. And as I said, they should have done more to keep it alive. And that is some of the Six Flags redevelopment plans they have there. And yeah, so basically you have Jazzland. That's what it was called originally. It was originally called Jazzland, but then they went and, as I said probably 100 times, they went and changed it to Six Flags. Yeah, so terminal update: Six Flags Park to stay closed forever. That's the Jester. And I don't recall, Amanda. Oh yeah, a very cool ride. Yeah, very cool ride. And did you? I don't recall if you told me this. Did you ever go to the Six Flags when you were down here? I'm just curious. Yeah, so that's the Jester ride. It was abandoned, and then that was the Jester ride when it was all brand new and before the catastrophe happened. Yeah, so basically, as I said, that's like Twilight, very nice Twilight, and it just looks clean, like fresh and clean because it's been abandoned and it's been frozen in time. It shows the disgracefulness of the city. And as I said, those are some log rides that are frozen. And Amanda, I would go with Mary Toodles on that ride specifically. It was very fun, but it's been frozen there. And also, there's a SpongeBob ride as well. And at the park, like I was saying before, there's this incident where some urban explorers went into the gift shop and they saw alligators in there. And I read that through the internet. And then you had this other situation where you had these people that went over to, not in the park. You'll also have boars that have been in there too. And that is the SpongeBob ride. As it's showing, I'm showing Amanda because she just got here, and it's kind of been graffitied a little bit throughout the years. And unfortunately, but as I said, I'm thankful that they documented it though. And that's another picture of it. Amanda says, not in New Orleans, the one in Grenade, close to Chicago, I would go to a lot growing up. One year went like 5 times one summer. Well, that sounds very fun, Amanda. Okay, now I remember. Okay, I remember now. Hey, you told me a little while back. Okay, thanks for refreshing my memory. Yeah, you just see these areas. It was just these regular park, and they just completely just you know it's been completely abandoned. Yeah, this is what I wanted to tell y'all about. So, like Halloween stuff and all. So, this ride was so cool. It was a haunted, like Halloween type ride. And I really loved the artwork on it. And it's a spooky cypress tree, a spooky swamp cypress tree. Swamp, and I love swamps and cypress trees and things like that. So, basically, it was, I would say, kind of 98 90s 80ish kind of Halloween theme style. And this was the early 2000s, so it was just a couple of years after that. And then you had that right there. You had that ride. It was so cool to go through, and they had these spooks and things, like these ghosts, things that would pop out at you. It was very fun. And yeah, as I said, it held up very well considering its circumstances. It just looks all brand new. So that was a fun ride. I enjoyed it. The Mardi Gras Madness. That's what it was called. Okay. Yeah, but I'd say to me it reminds me of Halloween stuff personally, and yeah, that's some more of another angle of it. Mardi Gras Madness. It's kind of like tripping, like looking at it. It's kind of like you're tripping on something. It kind of was like Willy Wonka's ride from the, not exactly, but it's similar to Willy Wonka's ride from the original movie. Yeah, so that's the Fleur Lee car, and it's all dusty because, as I said, because of the water, it caused it to get dusty. And parts of it, look just brand new. I'll say, just brand new looking, like parts of it. Like you see under the seat, it looks like bright purple. The rest of it, so if you got rid of the dust, just will look brand new. So, was it a little kid ride? Yes, it was for all ages. The log ride, it was for all ages. That's funny, Six. So basically, with the boat ride, like a log ride, you would no. Oh, this ride. This is similar to a. I see what you're saying now. So this is like a type of not a boat ride, but a roller coaster ride. But the reason why it reminded me of that because you're going through this cave. There's an entrance right there, and you're going through that entrance, similar to the cave from Willy Wonka, the original, where they went through the spooky tunnel and saw crazy hallucinations, similar to like what a six would be experiencing. Yeah, he's kidding with us, but basically, we know what he experiences like going through that cave. And he would, I mean, he going through that ride, he would see all kinds of stuff. He would have the time of his life. The drugs would kick into overdrive. It would be a out of this world experience. So it wasn't a boat ride, but it was like a roller coaster type thing. But it wasn't a roller coaster. But you would just go through this cave and you'd see these spooky stuff, and it was Halloween madness. So it was a no Mardi Gras madness. So it was a Mardi Gras type ride. Okay, but with Mardi Gras ride, you would go through and different wild things would jump at you. Is it raining? Is it snowing? You know, it might be doing both. It might be space snow. I can't even really tell. You see, that's part of the entrance. So although it's a little different looking because it was completely destroyed, but you see, that's the inside of it. You see all the different. Is a hurricane a blowing? Uh oh. It may be. Yes. And also, a hurricane certainly is blowing. And basically, in Shout Out to Six, those are great references. And yeah, so that is the inside of it, and those were the other roller cars in it. Yeah, and that's the other part of it. So you're going down this thing, and that you see these pictures and stuff, and yeah, that's kind of like a fencing area. Okay, you see that right there? You got these tombstones right there, and these red eyes going through the trees, going through the tombstones. And some of the animals and the creatures out here at night, it looks like red eyes. And yeah, that ride was wild. I like going on it. There's an okay. That could be before the messed up thing happened. You see that thing? It's a gesture because you see six. They love gestures here. They love jokers here, and they have the colors of the Joker. It was back in our culture, back from France, in Spain, and and he was in there spreading madness. All right, so yeah, I remember this thing. That was from Jazzland. So you see this clown thing. That was from Jazzland, and you can see all the stars. It's incredible. Wow, just all the different stars you could see. And yeah, I remember that thing. I remember that the clown thing from Jazzland, and somebody knocked it over. Womp womp womp. Six Flags 2012. Yeah. That was for the special events. Yeah. And that's another jester. And some people put some lights on it to give it more of a, recognition. And Amanda, I was talking before. Yes, fact six. Yes. Yeah, and you have these gestures. What I meant to say was you have these bumper cars, Amanda, and like the hurricane caused it to be kind of muddy in there, or like some mud sentiment and some dust. And I remember those bumper cars, but they held up pretty well considering the storm circumstances. But some of them are kind of tossed around. But like I was telling them before, I remember those wheels. I remember driving around those things. It was very fun. It was very fun. Okay. Yeah, it's another scene from Mardi Gras Madness. Trippy ride. All right, so that one. So in the Mardi Gras, there's a king and queen of Mardi Gras. There's those different things. So that is some outfits of the king and queen of Mardi Gras would wear. They would have them as statues, and if I recall correctly, you could go inside of it and put your head in it and look like you're, you know, one of the characters. Oh wow, that's one of the mannequins from the ride, and it's just creepy and just halfway dead and alive sideways right there. Just this madness. Wow, and that was one of the characters. Another close up of the SpongeBob ride. All right. Okay. And as I said, they had these alligators and boars that are there, and also sometimes in the gift shop. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Thanks. Hello, James. Good to see you. And yeah, so that is kind of overview of it. And I thought the picture was very intriguing of the this one they did with the rides of the different the one at night with the stars. Is that one? That is not it. We're gonna go down a rabbit hole of trying to find the one I want to find. It was this one. It's not. It's not. It's going to be this other one right here, and I'll get it. I'll get it. All right, so basically, and Amanda, this is a very cool picture. So this is one of the abandoned rides at night that somebody took, and so many stars. I mean, there's so many of them, and it's a very isolated area, and those like kind of like the dark ambient trees. So cool. The dark ambient trees is very cool, and all different stuff. It's very very enchanting. So yeah, that's another cool thing. Something beautiful come out something negative, and it reminds me of the medieval stuff that I was studying about because they have these paintings and these depictions like that. Look like that. So that was very cool, and that's what I want to show you all and Amanda because she's here. Also, I showed it a little bit earlier, but I wanted to go and come on, Goof. Come on, Goof. It's on my end, not y'all's end. There we go. So yeah, that's that. So in the news is that they're going to tear it down, and but actually it's been delayed. Tearing it down has been delayed. Isn't that some? The city's so goofy. It's been staying there for 19 years, and they're going to decide to take it down. Then they're not going to take it down. They canceled it, and that is somebody took this of one of the merch at the park. That is that's the merch at the park. And as I said, in the gift shop, some urban explorers saw some alligators in there, and there's also boars running around the area. And there's all kinds of ponds and bodies of water there, which is crazy. Yeah, so as I said, just it's like a bunch of ponds and stuff. All that was from Katrina. So Katrina made a new ecosystem there. All right, so that is the news about it. They said they're going to demolish it, but they're not going to really demolish it. They're lying. And I just think that the city could have done much better with they are going to do much they should do better at this. They could have made something else out of it. They could have gotten, Six Flags went bankrupt or whatever. At some point they could have gotten them back. They could have done something, but they just don't do anything. There's, as I said, some politicians are goofy. In these policymakers, in my opinion, although I'm not a policymaker, I was not in the captain's chair of that event. Pokes hand from the rafters. I've been hiding. Hello, Curse Zero. I'm glad that you're still lurking. A shout out to you. So basically, as I said before, reiterating what I said, the city could have done better, in my opinion, and it's good. And it's just really disgraceful how they're not focused on doing important things; they're focused on being corrupted. I'm glad you all are watching. I really appreciate it. And hello, James. I'm glad that you're here with us. And interesting to be very interested to chat with you in this session and hopefully others. So yeah, so shout out to everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. And I'm going to get into the King Arthur stuff, Latina. I am going to read this whole article, but I'm going to read a part of it and then we're going to talk about the King Arthur and medieval stuff. Okay? But it's a little paragraph or so, and then we'll go to the King Arthur stuff with Latina. Y'all are funny, chat. Facts. Best chat on the interwebs. All right. Six Flags is an abandoned theme park located near the intersection of Interstate 10 and Interstate 10. I was being dyslexic for a second. 510 in New Orleans, and the first opened as Jazzland in 2000, and a leasing agreement was established with Six Flags In 2002, the following previous operator's bankruptcy proceedings. Six Flags invested $20 million in upgrades, and the park reopened as Six Flags New Orleans 2003. Following the substantial damages caused by Hurricane Katrina, in 2005, the park was closed to the public to make efforts to repair and reopen it. However, it says following the damage caused by Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the park was closed to the public to make efforts to repair and reopen it. However, in 2006, Six Flags declared property a total loss and the park was permanently closed. The lease was terminated in 2009 during Six Flags bankruptcy proceedings. So it looks like Six Flags, the reason why they declared it a loss, besides the horrid damage that happened to the park, I think the reason why they did that was of their bankruptcy that was about to happen. But they could have made their own park out of it. They could have made it the Saints Park. They could have gotten somebody else to come through. I think more could have been done, in my opinion. This is my opinion. But I'd like to learn more as we go on. And so basically with the, proceedings, there's talks about Nickelodeon doing something with it. There's a ride there at the Six Flags, and it was brought to Texas. I think maybe some other rides were too, but one of the rides was salvageable, and they brought it to Texas, and it's the Batman ride. So that was very cool to know. Six Flags salvaged several rides and relocated the theme park to other parks. The Industrial Development Board of New Orleans owns the property and oversees redevelopment plans. Following several failed proposals to redevelop the site, it remains abandoned and in poor condition. Videos and photos of the site have emerged over the years from thrill seekers and YouTubers. As a result, the city's officials became more diligent in securing the park and banning tourists, tasking the New Orleans Police Department with patrolling the abandoned site and arresting trespassers. An option to demolish the clear was explored in 2019 following the complaints from residents, which estimate to cost the city $1.3 million. You know what? They said it again. They're going to do it this time. But guess what? You guessed it. They also canceled it again. Shout out to James. Very cool people. It's nice to meet you, James. Sound very cool. I'm glad you came here to hang out with us. And yeah, so then this is kind of like what it looked like before. Now it looks like they already had a body of water before the hurricane. I don't know how I could have slipped my mind, but yeah, so there's water there already. So for the record, it already had a giant pond or a lake, artificial lake put there already. So, and there's other ponds that were created because of the hurricane. Okay. All right. That's settled. Come on, goof. Okay. But that's the Batman ride. Yeah, so that's the Batman ride, and as I said, they had a Joker ride. I believe the Batman ride, that's the ride that was able to be salvageable and refurbished, and they brought it to Texas. And they had the Joker, and they had the Wonder Woman. It was a really fun ride. I loved it. And I love the DC comics. I like the AC comics, but all the DC comics are really cool too. So unfortunate. Again, is a close-up of SpongeBob. Okay. Okay, guys. There's a lesson for y'all here. So you see in this picture, the Joker ride. So basically it was a roller coaster, and it was green. I mean, it had green in it, but it was a purple ride. It was a, it's all purple and it's green. And basically, with the Joker, it's like kind of his theme. It's colored. The theme is his sort of like the way his outfit looks. So it's green and purple. And it was like a fun roller coaster with an interesting, unique design to it, and it had his face, his cartoon character on the ride, and his like his picture on it, like the cartoon, comic book version. Another thing that they did was, Amanda, was that in the park they had comic book pictures of the different characters, and his picture was everywhere, along with Wonder Woman, along with the other people like Batman and stuff like that. It was very cool. But yeah, you see, James, I'm not perfect either, and we all have faults. We all have faults, and at this place, there's gonna, and I've seen different fighting channels before, but here we all pretty much get along. We all get along here. I can't really. The only thing I can think of is like when trolls on the phone lives come to try to be stupid, but no, we all get along. It's not a fighting channel. I'm not. It's basically me ranting for 5 hours. Sometimes there's callers, sometimes there's guests on the show, but and usually we just talk through the chat. It just depends, but no, there's no fighting or anything here. We don't do that here. There's no nonsense. Yeah, yeah, I am. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Right, understood, James. Understood. And I think it's good to have that attitude, to be humble. It's very good, and I appreciate you for that. Appreciate that. And because pride before the fall. And Curse Zero says, I like the quote I heard before. I may not be perfect, but at least I'm not fake either. Yes, absolutely. It's good to have somebody that's authentic, somebody that's not fake, and it's at least it's not being artificial. So that I don't, we don't do that, here. Everybody gets along. And before I get to Latina's question, you see right here, chat, have a great day sign. You could see in the screen there's lines. You see this kind of area where it looks like some dirt under the have a great day right after under the letters. That's where the water line was when it flooded. And then under it you could see these other lines. It looks kind of like very perfect, perfect. All right, so you see these lines right, so have a great day. You see those lines right there, that's the water lines. And you would see that everywhere all over the place where it flooded. All over the place. And then down here, you see the brown and tan colors. That was the famous everywhere. You would see that everywhere. The different sentiment layers. And then you have rust, because it's rusting away. Yeah. So that is, everybody, a water lines you would see. And there's still some water lines visible today in certain spots. Yeah, it left its mark. It left its mark. Oh, okay. So I know all about Six Flags Latina. I researched quite a bit about them. Yes, it is awful. Absolutely. Uh, Alien, did you mention who owns the old Six Flags land? Okay, the city. The city claimed it. And I'll look it up to read exactly what it says, but the city reclaimed it after the lease ended. So basically, up here, I'll just reiterate it. So However, property loss. The park was permanently closed. The lease with the city was terminated in 2009 during the bankruptcy, and so the city reclaimed it. Six Flags spent 44 million on the park upgrades in 2005. Isn't that sad? And Latina says, "Oops, sorry, I was a little behind, and I heard you now. They went bankrupt." Okay, so, but I'll be clear. The land is reclaimed by the city. It wasn't an invalid question, Latina. You had a very good question. The city reclaimed it. And also, Six Flags went bankrupt. Six Flags is still a company right now. They just merged with another company sometime this summer. So they're a much bigger company now, but they had to merge with another company. It had some problems, and they invested millions of dollars into Six Flags in New Orleans, and I wouldn't be surprised if that had something to do with their bankruptcy or contributed to it. Yeah, and that is one of the rides. Very nice. Okay, so when will it be torn down? So basically, the city just said, like last weekend, they will be tearing it down soon. And it's been there for 19 years. But guess what? They just came out today and they said that they're not going to be tearing it down just yet. It's being postponed. And next year will be the 20th anniversary of it. So, hey, isn't that something? We don't know when it will be torn down. Answer your question. But they were going to tear it down, but they did this before in 2016. They're going to tear it down, but they stopped. My neighbor, he moved to Texas, but he was the one that helped Al Copeland build Popeyes. He was, he built stuff and he became his partner. And he was with him when he was working at the first Popeye. So Al Copeland, he made the Popeyes, and Al Copeland, he saw the whole thing he put together and become bigger. So he was telling, we would talk about it, and he didn't think they would ever do anything with it because they just, act stupid and they don't really do anything. So, and it looks like it's right because they postponed and delayed demolishing it again. And it's been there for 19 years. Imagine it's like 19 years. And you had houses that were abandoned by people that moved away. And they just rotted there for years and years. They look like you could make a horror movie out of it or something. I wonder if they will keep it too. And I would like to possibly see it become a park again. And, I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist. I made something out of my head. And, Six Flags did merge with another company. And it would be nice if somebody can take it back and make it into something. They already did have somebody, as I read before, that was going to make it into some sort of a park. So hopefully that would happen. But it would be nice if they could just somehow make it into like an amusement park again. That would be really nice. As I said, for 19 years, as I said, what are they doing with the tax money? Like, I am not there in the captain's seat or managing the city, but come on. I mean, at least they rebuilt the levees correctly. Knock on wood. But they neglected all this other stuff. Because the park was located in a low-lying swampland near Lake Pontchartrain, that explains why they have so many alligators and they have so many boars and stupid stuff there because besides it being abandoned, it's also a low-lying swampland near Lake Pontchartrain. The the park installed drainage pipes to protect it from flooding. I didn't know that. On the morning of I didn't know any of this, everybody. Hold on. Hold your horses. Because the park was located in low-lying swampland near Lake Pontchartrain, the park installed drainage pipes to protect it from flooding. I didn't know that. On the morning of August 29, 2005, just after sunrise, Hurricane Katrina made landfall southeast Louisiana, resulting in 1,464 deaths and over 100 billion in damages. As of many as 26,000 residents took shelter at the Superdome. Over 80% of New Orleans was flooded. That must be the reason why parts of the park looks, even after its abandonment, cleaned out looking. Although it would have receded anyway when the water was pumped out. The parts of the, but there's certain ponds in there and little lakes in there, but it was because of the drainage pumps they put in there. I wonder if that helped a little bit. Now, it didn't work to pump out the water during Katrina. Obviously, in this picture, it became a lake. It became Lake Six Flags. But so I'm saying, like, after they pumped all the water out, I wonder if the drainage system somehow helped by a fraction of a percentage somewhat. You know, and when they pumped all the water out the city. So it was a crazy evil storm, but I didn't know that about the pump. Like with Titanic, it was just not built to handle the flooding that happened in Katrina. It just didn't quite make it. But being 15 feet underwater, maybe deeper than that, they were able to, it's still standing today, and a lot of the paint's still there. And the gift shop has brand new, fresh stuff there, according to the urban explorers. I'll have to say, it was built well. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So with the Hurricane Katrina, everybody, for y'all to understand this. So the city is a bowl. We're gonna go back in time a little bit. Okay, but I want to get to the point, to the meat and potatoes. I will get there with a nice bow on top. But basically, what you see there is that the city is a bowl, and it was originally created to do trade, like fur trading and trading in general with the indigenous people. So what that means is, like, the people call them Native Americans, Indians, that group of people. Indigenous people. I call them indigenous people, but it doesn't really matter. But so basically, to do trade with those people. Understood, Amanda. Understood. And so basically what happened was, and I will, Latina, I see what you're saying, and I'm going to read that in a moment after my short rant. So the city it's a big bowl, and the indigenous people told the settlers to not build a city down there, which is New Orleans, but they built the city there anyway. So the French built the city here, and also the Spanish did too. There is something called the Wax Museum, which I loved as a kid, but the Jack Arses turned it into a condo, a place where they had condos. And it's not a beautiful, and I love dark, spooky stuff, and it was a very nice, dark, spooky museum with all these creepy Wax Museum figures, and they had these replicas of these monsters from 50s movies, and it was just beautiful. It was really well done, and it told the history about it. I went on field trips when I was with the summer camp, and I did all these different things. And my mom would take me, my family would take me, And so the French and the Spanish had to place back and forth. It would go back and forth between them. And it was Catholic because, it was part of Spain and France. The other part of the country, the American colonies. Now you want a funnel cake. So the other colonies, the eastern part of the country, more Protestant, was because it was part of Britain, but the colonies were more influenced by the Puritans, which were the Presbyterians and the Baptist type people, but the Church of England was more closer to the Catholic Church. So New Orleans would technically more be closer to London, because although Anglican and Catholicism are very, very similar, so the two cities would be very similar, but there was conflict between Britain and the Catholic countries. They had problems, but their religions were actually more similar, even if there's disagreements with the Pope. But, they're very similar technically. But the Puritans want to purify themselves from all the stuff in the Catholic Church. So basically, the eastern part of the country, shout out to the Appalachia, New York, the original colonies, the 13 colonies, the OGs, shout out to them. But this other area was more French and Spanish and Latin. And I really appreciate the theories chat. I like the conversation. Very cool. And I'll get to what y'all are saying in a moment. So, yeah, they did it for trade and different stuff like that. But the problem was it was like a bowl, and they built these levees and these dams and things and these canals. So, Amanda, you have canals in the city, so when these storm surges happen, less pressure will be put on these different parts of these different walls and stuff in the city in general. So the water goes through these vessels. So like say you have your heart and you have blood vessels. There are vessels that go through the city. And what happened was you're from Virginia. Well, shout out to you, James. That's a very cool area. Shout out to you. And basically what happened was different parts of the state. I just learned this year. Even in the western part of Louisiana, levees broke. In western, far away from the city, all over, contrary to people think, rich areas and poor areas, black and white, were all flooded. It just depends on the different spots, but all races and classes suffered. And basically, what happened was the city was built, but it's kind of like a bowl. And where, there's these different spots, including where Six Flags is, I am in these different areas. It was where the beach would be, or where the lake would be. But they were able to get all the water out and suck it out and make land here. That's why it's so marshy and swampy. And what happened was with this specific spot, it was like a swamp, a swamp. And then they put roads there. It was a dirt road. Then they made it into a regular road. But yeah, they drawed all of it out. So they had these levees to protect the city. So it's a very interesting experiment. And they put coffee grinds, seashells, all kinds of mud, and all kinds of different things. They pumped it into the city to give it ground. So they made an artificial city, like, in some areas. So it was like a swampy marshland. And also at some point the lake was much, much bigger in some locations. So what happened was in the hurricane, you had a horrible problem where a domino effect happened because, my teacher, which was a part of the school called the Learning Center, where they had the director, her father was an engineer, and he told the city that the state, they needed to fix these levees and these spots because they're going to break. But guess what? The state didn't do anything. So they're playing golf or something. So the spots he guessed were the ones that went downhill. And they usually would just go through the city and they would just travel through. But they cracked. And they imploded. And early in the morning, around 7 o'clock or so, these very loud noises were heard. and it was a sound of the levees imploding. And some think they were blown up, but that's for a little bit. I'll talk about that. But so basically, they were these imploding sounds happened, and so in the morning there was no flooding. There was nothing. I remember the headline said that the city dodged a bullet, but not true. It went and flooded later. But as I said, no matter what the truth is, the levees were weak. They were not built properly. That's a fact. And there was a couple of major hurricanes that were coming through that were weakening the levees, and they just imploded. And they made loud noises when they collapsed. And then the situation occurred where the city was flooded for about 2 weeks. And I'll get you the correct month. How long was the city flooded? Okay, and Amanda, I'll explain to you the whole thing. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers pumped the last floodwaters out the city on October 11, 2005. So the city was flooded on September 1st, and it took them all the way over a month until October 11 to pump all the water out. It took 43 days, Amanda, to pump out the water after Hurricane Katrina made landfall. Ultimately, the storm cost it more than 160 billion in damages. And the population fell by 29% between the fall of 2005 and 2011. So you had this exodus of people that were leaving the city, and I know people that were still leaving up to this year that didn't like the city for various reasons. So Amanda, they had to pump out the water. So if they didn't pump out the water, it would just be chilling here right now probably, or it probably would have receded at some point, but there would still be something here. So no, they had to manually pump out the water because it's like a bowl. It's like naturally the water would have taken over, would be all over the place naturally, but they did stuff with the city to make it into what it is. So it's like an artificially made like that. So naturally it would be different. So that's why they had to pump the water out. Oh yeah. And it took them over a month. And family came back in November. I was not a happy camper. In my childhood mind, I was like, it was going to look like a beach, like SpongeBob or something. But no, it looked like a mud chaos. And there was like houses in the street. There was, the street was on the sidewalk. It was just crazy. And that is what happened, with the city. So that's an explanation about what happened. So now we're gonna go back and see what Latina in chat is saying. That I hope answers your questions, Amanda. Alien spaceship. They have been tearing down statues and plane to take down Great America. To historical patriotic article, a university website I had February was deleted from the university and replaced with a Black History only page after I publicly shared it out. Yeah, you see, because they like censorship, Latina, and all they're doing is causing more problems between the different groups, in my opinion. And they took down Ulysses S. Grant statue, and he was with the Union. They want to, and also they graffitied Abraham Lincoln statue in Washington. They took down Thomas Jefferson. I mean, they don't care. They just don't like anybody. Like, yeah, they just want to take down all the different people. So that's understood. And Latina believes Katrina was part of weather warfare. And I heard of that. And My bro James says, I do like it here in Virginia, but Tennessee is better to me. That's the only other state I have to compare to. Amanda, the fascists in our government are helping to destroy the USA. I agree with that at Latina. That's true. And basically, with this, I think that it could have been handled differently. But of course, it's a horrible catastrophe that occurred. And having houses stay there for 20 years is not cool. It's a disgrace. You know, we like the abandoned Rome and stuff. And they were talking in the government. There was a dispute about closing the city down, but they needed the state and the other parts of the city needed the New Orleans to stay afloat. And America fought a war with Britain and the Confederacy to keep it in the Union. So why, abandon it? So that's why the government and everybody had to invest in making the levees better, because it can't be happening because they need it. And people got to understand what the different conspiracies about saving the French Quarter or this group of people or that group of people. It's so silly. It costed 160 billion in damages. If anything, it would have been cheaper to flood other areas like Metairie or Kenner to save this city, but nobody should be flooded, and nobody wanted this to happen. But basically, Latina, something interesting is that, yeah, one thing I want to say, it costed 160 billion. I love saying that word. Okay, so anyway. So, Latina, basically, something interesting about Hurricane Katrina? It came out of the Bermuda Triangle. So, we're going to look at the path. You see right here, it came right out, right, in a part of the Bermuda Triangle. And then it went there. That's just really something wild. Really crazy. There's all kinds of conspiracies about the Bermuda Triangle. We've talked about it on this channel before. And there were so many hurricanes that went that year that went and pounded that area. A couple of them. And before that, so they just wore out. All right. Okay, that's called Ozarka Splash. Hello, SC. Good to see you. In April 2008, Southern Star Amusement Park proposed to take over the site lease from the owner, Six Flags, promising to expand the park to over 60 rides, more than double its pre-Katrina size, complete a water park that Six Flags has been planning, and add an RV park. Southern Star Amusement, else Incorporated, pledged to open the park as a Legend City adventure with 60 rides in place, including a new water park in the summer of 2009. If the city lease take over with the campground that follow. One issue concerning rebuilding was Six Flags' continued removal of infrastructure from the park. In a quarterly conference call, Six Flags discussed plans to remove the S&S Tower by 2009 with more ride removals to follow items from existing Jazzland rides such as Mega Zeph's trains and spillways. Splash out boats were sent to other parks. On September 7, 2008, the Star stated on its website that it would no longer be trying to revive Six Flags. Now, where I am, the weather is very nice. Where I am, it's very cool weather. By the way, it was used as a film location. In Killer Joe, it was filmed in the park featuring the wooden coaster Mega Zeph. Stolen was a film in the park that year. Stolen used the Main Street Square section to double as the quarter. Additionally, a burning car was driven into the lagoon, and the O'Freum Theater was used as home film villains. The Industrial Development agreed a 20th Century Fox film in 2013, Percy Jackson Sea Monsters in the theme park during the summer of 2012 through August. Mega Zeph, Ozarka Splash, and the Big Easy are the three rides that have been shot for the film, along with 5 rides production crew had brought into the park since all original rides were rendered and operable to shoot for the film. Before shooting in the park for rides have rendered incomparable to shoot the film. Before shooting the park for 5 weeks, the production crew took 2 weeks to restore the derelict park to need the condition by installing lighting and covering up graffiti on the building. The park portrays the fictional Surland of the island of Polypheus that was built to the goddess Circe, only to be destroyed by the Cyclops Pliamaphos. Oh yeah, I remember that ride. Also, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, filmed in 2013 until mid-August. The park was also used to film portions of the movie Jurassic World. The park was photographed as part of the photo essay series by Cleveland-based photographer Johnny Joe. That's the Six Flags park at 2019. Closed for the storm. It's just still frozen there. I wonder if the reason why Six Flags constantly... It seems like, Amanda in chat, Six Flags would interrupt the possible reconstruction of something there. I wonder if they did that on purpose. And hear this chat. Bayou Phoenix 2021. In October 2021, New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell announced Bayou Phoenix as the partner chosen to redevelop the site. On November 10, 2022, redevelopment plans were announced to be on life support and could be dead soon as no lease agreement has been reached. On March 7, 2023, an agreement was finally reached to redevelop the park. On October 15, 2023, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority approved the Bayou Phoenix development proposal to move to the next phase. And an article, Axios, the park redevelopment will move forward. In October 2023, the lease was signed. In August 2024, it was announced at the beginning in September. Six Flags New Orleans will be demolished after 19 years, and construction of a new development will begin shortly after. Demolition started in November 2024 by Smoot Construction, but was later put on halt due to contractor license issues. So they were going to demolish it this month, but it got stopped again. So hilarious. Yeah, shout out to 666 with his birthday. Yeah, they had okay. So and also six, the DC Comics Heroes Adventures. So that was the area where you have the Joker. Yeah, the Joker's jukebox, Catwoman's whip. Those were some from DC. And then you had Looney Tunes. I forgot to mention this. They had Looney Tunes rides too, like Bugs Bunny, Technicolor Tweet's House. Also, they had Batman rides as well. Yosemite Sam and the Wild West Wheel. I don't know. Some more memories are coming back to me now. Okay, so I just remembered something from this. It's so strange when you have memories come back out of nowhere that I haven't thought about in many years. So basically, there is an area where you could take Old West pictures. And they would have the old camera from the Old West, and you would take a picture, like a little portrait. And they had an Old West section. And I enjoyed it. That was something else. I don't know, just these different memories keep popping up. Latina says the fact they ignored tells me whoever denied to prevent the action should be charged with permanent murder and conspiracy to murder. Latina, it shows you how shady the city is. There is a lawsuit against them, but it got dropped. Yeah, I agree with you, Latina. That should happen. You know, this, and hopefully, at some point, justice will be served. But yeah, I think it's horrid, and it just this whole place is corrupted. It's a swamp. It's a literal swamp, and it's also a swamp. You know, there's a DC swamp, and there's a swamp down south. Another interesting thing: DC and New Orleans are both swamps. That's something interesting. James, that's really cool. Also, they have Mardi Gras Magneray, Sky Coaster, Swillow Splash Out, Spillaway Splash Out, Jacques Mardi Gras Madness. Also, the Mega Zeph and the Jester. All right, so basically you had this situation where so the mega Zeph, that's the Zephyrs. So the baseball team down here was called the Zephyrs for many years, and I went to a Zephyrs game before with my summer camp. And I believe they lost that time. So they changed the name of the Zephyrs. But basically, what they did was with the Zephyrs, they changed the name to the Baby Cakes. And remember, my good friend Adam was very very triggered when him and we're seniors and we're sitting in the classroom. This man wanted to go blow up a building. He was so angry, and I was angry too. And he's real passionate about baseball, as like I am, and different sports and stuff. But he really was feeling it, and I got the news from him, and he was really triggered about how they would name it the Baby Cakes. Now, why they call it the Baby Cakes? It's because there's the king cake, and there's a baby in the king cake. But it was kind of goofy because, with the baby cakes, it had a baby with a Mardi Gras crown and a bat. It's like people were real triggered. The Zephyrs was perfectly fine. But the baseball team left, and it was bought, and it went to another state and was renamed something else. But I like the Zephyrs better. That was much nicer. But it's just a funny. It's a goofy place. I said goofy so many times this stream. I might as well write a cartoon. That's my name for alien, Baby Cakes. Yeah. Yeah, I got myself a new nickname, and I'm overjoyed and delighted beyond comprehension. I could have a victory lap across the room. And Sonic Slam. And Sasquatch. Nashville's very cool, James. My buddy Nash, that's his nickname. Somebody I went to school with from first grade, and he comes in the chat sometimes. His channel is DeLeon Auto Detailing. He does very good job detailing vehicles, and yeah, he loves going to Nashville. Very nice. Podcasting is where your channel fits in. Podcasting is very popular, and I think that would be very cool. Oh yeah, Latina. Cali's a beautiful place, but yeah, the fascists destroyed everything. But yeah, I love Cali. Even in spite of things that are wrong with Cali, I still like it. I'm not over in Cali, but you know, I know quite a bit about it. I've seen a lot of things over there, but I have friends out there, obviously. But no, I like Cali, but yeah, I just the fascists messed it up for sure. Right now, it's a short article, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm disputing because it's like the plan is to a Greek Orthodox in Nashville as well. Well, that's very cool. And shout out to the Greek Orthodox Church. I like that. Yeah, stop building new housing. Yeah. Well, I'm going to read through this whole thing and tell you all what's going on about it. But for what we're going to go back to this. I'm going to get into. Hmm. So I'm thinking about getting into the King Arthur and then getting back to this later, but reading through it, let's see, and then going to King Arthur. Let's see. Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll talk about some medieval stuff. Yes, see, that's exactly true. Yes. Yeah, thanks, Essie. Facts. Okay. Which I'm going to. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about King Arthur and the some medieval stuff briefly, and then we're going to come back and read the entire Six Flags thing. Well, that's good. You're looking into that. You know, I like Orthodox Christianity, Greek Orthodox Christianity. Very great religion to follow. I like it. I'm not a Greek Orthodox, but I like things in a religion, especially the hymns and stuff they sing. All right, because I don't know. Tonight I was feeling in the really in the medieval stuff. I enjoyed in school when we did British literature and medieval things. I really enjoyed that, but like, so I always liked it. So basically, the medieval people made some really like that was basically their memes back then, and they made some really epic memes, like these drawings. Like, look at this. It's a woman with a dinosaur horse looking thing. Weird medieval art. Yeah, it's like these people had some real interesting things right there because it's like when he has horns on his head. It's really something really interesting with these medieval paintings. So that's that one. You enjoy King Arthur's story. Well, that's very good. You're in the right place, James. I really I talk about King Arthur, and on the channel I have you can look back. It's not far back on my channel. I have videos about Merlin and King Arthur and the Lady of the Lake. I did videos about them, and I'm still doing that. But I also like talking about them in the streams. So yeah, we have a cat here that's holding a tiny black cat or some rat creature or something, a black a little black critter right there, and he's walking and he's just like chilling. So and then you have another picture of a cat with a crown on his head. Shout out to the cats, and those cats look like they're pretty active back then. And it has like eggs right there. I wonder what those eggs are for. And as I said, like I was talking about the Six Flags with the stars and the abandonment amusement park. That's like this kind of like their wall art was so cool. It was like a bunch of crescent moons and stars right there. Ah, okay, Amanda. All right, okay, Amanda. So I have the unfortunate news to tell you that I have heard nothing from Sarah at all. I emailed her a couple of weeks ago and asked if everything's okay. And I've not heard from her since the hurricane that happened a month or two ago. And unfortunately, as I said, just not a nothing. And I'm extremely worried and concerned. And if you're listening, Sarah, glad you're lurking around. That's good. And we really do miss you and would like to hear from you again, know what's going on. So those that may not know what's going on here, Sarah is this American lady, and her husband's Japanese, and they live over in Japan. And she found my channel through another stream at some point, and she's very close to Amanda and I and the other regulars. And since the time of the hurricane that hit the state, she has not commented on any videos, has not, or any shorts, or any emails or anything. And I'm friends with her very closely, and yeah, she has not made any contact in a very long time. And so, prayers to her and her husband and her family, and hopefully at some point she resurfaces. And so I'll keep on updating you about it, Amanda, but no, she has not contacted at all. She just disappeared. The last thing she told me was actually she was looking forward to my next stream. So her intentions, she was looking forward to talking to us on the stream. Yes, Amanda, I really hope she's okay. And, I will find out one day. If something happened, I'll find out one day. Certainly. And, also, I was also in the future planning to go over to Japan and seeing them. And I will certainly go there regardless. And I will, as I said, one day I'll find out what happened. If we don't hear from her again. But she, a very patriotic Christian woman, husband, same as well. And we talked about the Nephilims, and she loved talking about King Arthur and Merlin. She's the one that she kept on begging me to make the video about the Lady of the Lake, and it got like a couple hundred views, and it was very good. I enjoyed doing it, and I learned a lot of stuff about Japan from her and about the languages, and I learned a lot of stuff. We had a great time. Great talking to her. Yeah. Amanda says, sorry, alien. I saw her email from before today. It made me think about her. Yeah. Yeah, she was sending you the email about the different things. Also, remember one time she showed us all about the Japanese food. And yeah, it just, I remember, yeah, we talked about the Nibiru, but the aliens. I remember one time it was New Year's Eve. I was doing a celebration in the pirate game. James and I and a bunch of the other friends, we were completely humiliating this really powerful monster in the pirate game that has to do with one of Davy Jones's crew members. And you had a whole gang of people, a whole group of them with all these different powers. One dude was shapeshifting into a dog, and a tree trunk. One of the players was able to shapeshift so much. It was so crazy. And he was like, Sam was like Merlin with his staff, and he was helping me stay alive while fighting the powerful monster, the undead sailor, and in the cave. And there was a point where I was just going to do the game, and Sarah was telling me, and I really appreciated the time we had and her patience and how she went with the flow and her behavior during the stream. Everybody else was fine, but I really appreciated how she was able to stay calm, because people were kind of confused about what I was doing, because they thought I was going to do some, what was I doing in the stream, because I was playing the game. That day, I had a horrible headache, but I just was like, going to just do the stream anyway. And I just couldn't move. I was stiff, and I just couldn't really move. I was in a lot of pain, but I kept on doing it, and Latina was asking me things, but she was cool. and she was engaging in the chat as she usually does, and SC and everybody was. When I would go read their chat, I was like looking like this with my eyes to see what they were saying, and I was just playing my game, and then I was telling them that that day I was going to be doing a stream just about the game and talking about stuff, and she did, and then afterwards the other people went to sleep, and like Peach was lurking and she enjoyed the stream, and then her and I we talked about pyramids because she loved talking about pyramids, and we talked about the pyramids and all about them, the alien conspiracies about them, and we talked about the different biblical stuff about it. Then we got into reading the Bible. I got some of the Bible verses out. She wanted to read about things from like Samuel and things from like no, it was Solomon, and about how the temple was created. Because she wanted she really, that's her favorite part of the Bible, and we read about it. And in the temple there was pictures of angels, and there was statues of the bull that was going to be used for sacrifice. And it was just so amazing to read that and absorb the scripture. So, Amanda also had great times with her too, and she was very close to her as well. So basically, when the Titan submersible happened, that was one of the most favorite streams of the regulars, and we talked a lot about Titanic, one of my favorite topics, and we talked about the Titan, and I reacted to a lot of the videos, which I enjoy doing. Video reactions are always fun. And basically, with the situation that occurred was we reacted to videos we didn't know. Like, was there a transcript about them calling for help? Then they're saying that it wasn't true. Then when we roast it, everybody was roasting Stockton Rush, and we roasted him too. But the time was so cool because it was unknown. It was something that we didn't know the facts about what was really going on. There's so many theories, and it was just happened all of a sudden. It was very tragic too, and lives were lost. So, she was here for a very long time, and I learned about Japanese plants to grow and crops to grow. I tell you, I could go on and on. She was very, very sweet, and her husband very nice too. And I learned stuff from him. He was talking about how communism spread over to Laos and Cambodia during the Vietnam War. Yes, Amanda, absolutely for sure. And yes, James, glad you like the Titanic as well. And basically what happened was he was explaining he would talk through her to me, like she would tell me what he said. And yeah, he was saying in Japan, yeah, during Vietnam, because there were streams where I talked, like Amanda could tell you, I talked about the Vietnam War, and basically in the Vietnam, I talked about it. I've been very interested in it since I was a kid, and because it was a very scary time for young men to be forced to go into that proxy war and just get slaughtered. But basically, communism spread to Laos and Cambodia, and I didn't know all that. And he liked, because basically before I met them, when I went through this girlfriend I had in high school that I knew for a couple years, for many years, I also talked to her after high school. Then at some point, we went our separate ways, and then I'm always a Christian, and I was all by myself a lot because I like being in solitude, and I meditated on the Lord and Scripture and stuff. And Curse Zero, you're still here. Well, not sure how much longer I'll be here, but I'll type something before I leave. Oh, thank you. Have a very good night, Curse Zero, that you're able to stay for a little while for this late night stream. Thank you. I appreciate you, spending time with us. Anyway, so basically, I was learning about Musashi, the samurai, and his philosophies. He's very wise. Also, I was listening to his audiobook about warfare and all the different stuff. Is so many things with it, and her husband really liked that. I remember she told me in our first conversations about, because I like katanas and swords, and she said like where she is over there in Kyoto, they have a very thriving community that they like making the katanas and stuff over there, and that's where Mario and Nintendo's headquarters and stuff are. And my buddy that I talk about aliens with, him and I love Nintendo. He got me into Mario games, also besides aliens, that I always was interested in, but he helped nurture my interest in aliens. So yeah, with Sarah, will I hopefully she comes back at some point. And basically, if she doesn't come back, she will be remembered as one of the most notorious, greatest people in the chat that we had. She'll always be remembered. But as I said, I believe, I'm still optimistic. At some point, she'll return. But, and I will still talk about her. I'll talk about her on a regular basis, okay? But I will continue talking about King Arthur that I promised you all that I would do, okay? We're about to get back into the medieval stuff. But I just want to say, shout out to Sarah and her husband. And she's been on the show before. And I'll still continue to talk about her. But, I hope she's safe. Prayers for her. And I'm optimistic about her returning. But if not, she'll be remembered. Anyway. So basically we're talking about medieval art here. So we got this sussy lion right here. Bro is playing the fiddle. This man's a rock star, and he's getting all the ladies. And basically, this artwork is so funny. This lion is just jamming out with his violin here. I mean, guys, chat, this is hilarious. I mean, it looks like he's on a Christmas tree with all the ornaments and stuff. It's like the leaves are different colors. I am flabbergasted. And you have these, it looks like broccoli. Like broccoli's growing there. I mean, this man's like, has dapper. This man has style. And then you got this rabbit, and he's riding a dog. This is something else, man. And the dog is like really, really pumped up about whatever he's looking at, and he even looks kind of like a fire-breathing dragon. And then you have, and he's just like optimistic, but he's focused on the goal. He's focused on the goal, and it looks like he's holding a hair blower in his hand, and he's like blowing his ear bunny ears. Uh-oh. Oh, chat. Look at this. You got a dog on top of a bunny that looks like he's like terrified and shocked. And he's like, bro, why? Who is you? Why do you do this to me? Why do I exist? That's what he's saying. He's like, his face is the epitome of not wanting to exist. And he's like so angry, he's about to rip that dog to pieces, but he's just shocked about the situation he got himself in. The rabbit was like chilling, and he somehow was able to get tricked by the tricky dog, by the cute dog face, to go fight a bunny that's like in shock, like the other bunny is, in a spear competition, and the other bunny is riding a snail with an old man's head. When you thought you've seen it all, think again. This is medieval art, everybody. Wow. This man has a shield, and they're about to go at it. It's... SE says somebody was taking medieval shrooms when they made that picture. LOL. Yes, yes, yes. The dog and the bunny need marriage counseling. We could all agree on that. And that snail, dude, bro is like not even. This man was high. He was smoking a couple of bowls. He was on some mushrooms too. He's on cloud nine. He probably took some opium too. And he's just vibing out like the old man snail. And basically, you had this situation where the snail, the snail dude is vibing out. He's not nervous or freaked out. He's in his own world. The snail man is in his own world, just enjoying the moment, whatever he's thinking in his head. I mean, he probably thinks he's floating on a cloud somewhere. The bunny's like, oh shit. Yeah, well, shout out to them. Smoke that snail. I have to wonder how they come up with all that art they did back then. I know, James. I know. Okay, they got some funny stuff right here. Okay, they have they're talking about the Lord of the Rings characters. You have Gandalf, and he's like crisscrossed standing up because he's so high. He's twisting in a multiple ways, and his body's doing things that he did not think was humanly possible with his magic. I'll also say it's like Merlin. And he's like holding this bunny that's floating. And he's like about to grab his neck, but he's like they can't quite do it because he's so high. And then he like the snail is like zoned out. I mean the bunny's like zoned out in some other the plane of dimension. And then Frodo, it's a dude getting stabbed, and oh my OMG, you got Jack the Ripper's ancestor. You got the people in Katrina that neglected putting the levees together. This man put his whole dagger, his whole dirk in this man's brains. And he's so psychopathic about it as he's not even looking at the dude he's stabbing. He's looking at the blade. Like, that's the thing. He's like, I hope I don't get this thing too damaged. I hope this goes in correctly. And he's just like, no emotion at all. And he's like even smiling a little bit because he's just like edgy like that. And then you have Frodo, bro. He's just like, he's like, he has his hand on his cheek. Like he's cringing to the ninth dimension. And he's just all like, how did I get in this situation? But he's just zoned out and he's just nonchalant. He's just so calm, no emotion. He's like, well, folks, it happens to me every Tuesday. And he's just completely disconnected with the situation he's in. Like he meditated and took so much mushrooms and opium that nothing will move him. That's proof right there. All about mindset. And then Sam. What in the world is this? What am I looking at? That's right. It's a bird dropping waste. Colorful waste. Looks like. Hopefully that's eggs. Hopefully it's eggs. But it looks like it could be dropping something else. In a really long pan from Dr. Seuss's bestseller. And it's sizzling. And the fire is really excited, but it's all red and it's going like, it's like a crab. It's like, going, yeah, I'm boiling this thing. and the bird is like crashing its beak right into the dude's eye, and the guy's not even flinching about what he's witnessing. He's witnessing a colorful parakeet looking bird laying eggs or waste in his giant pan that he just had there just because, flying into his eye and his ear, and he just kind of has like a poker face and just chilling while it happens. And he's another one that took too much mushrooms. I guess he's glad he's getting some food. Look at my dude. Man, let's party like it's 12:52. We don't know what works. Let's do it all, and we won't know what really killed us. I agree. These people really knew how to party. Oh, on YouTube, sometimes I listen to on YouTube. You can look it up. Medieval party music, and I jam out to that and walk around at night sometimes. Or sometimes I'll be in my house or something, and I usually like doing it on my walks. I listen to the medieval music, and medieval party music is fire. And also, what they did was they took Eminem's and the other rappers' instrumentals and made it a medieval version of it. Medieval music is very nice to listen to, by the way. I like listening to it. And yeah, and mankind has been getting messed up since the beginning of time. They probably partied hard back then. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But we got more, ladies and gentlemen. You got Aragon, and Aragon is this bro. It's a knight, but he's wearing like a mask, like he's in some sort of gang, and he's just jamming out, and his leg is chilling, and he's dancing with his sword, but he could accidentally stab himself or hurt himself, but he doesn't care. Maybe he's doing an interesting fighting move. Maybe he went to Japan and saw some samurai, and he's doing his amateur version of the move. He's going, oh, that's what he's doing. And then you got Legolas. It's like you're supposed to use a bow and arrow like this, but she's getting creative. She's putting her hand on the other side of the bow because she's rebellious. And the wind is blowing, and she just doesn't care. She doesn't even know she's being an idiot and not even using the arrow correctly. She's not even an arrow in her hand, but she just thinks she's doing something important, so she's going to do it. But we ain't not done yet. We are not done because we got my man Gimli. He's got himself. It's a rabbit with an axe. He believes in the right to bear arms. He believes in our Second Amendment right. He got himself an axe, and he's going to get that carrot. He's going to get the turnips and the carrots. He does not care. Not even a little bit. And and he's got himself an axe, and he's in the moment. He's like, you gonna get my carrots? Think again, partner. Think again. It's like, say it again. Say it again. You got Mary. Holy mackerel. I don't even know what I'm going to be looking at here, everybody, because we got Mary. And it's a dude or something like that on a chicken, or what looks like a gray chicken with a mine head. Like he got himself a whole like clown head with his little tiny pointy nose and his hair and his hat. And this man got himself a whip. He's getting real spicy, kinky with this rabbit, with this chicken. So he's riding the chicken and he's beating it. He's like whipping it to keep on going forward. Or I guess, are they doing other things? I don't know what they could be doing, but that's his trusty steed right there. And the chicken or whatever it is, it just like it's like, all right, I'm ready. Rabbit stew. How about human soup? Exactly. Hey, that's very creative because the rabbit, very creative rabbit. Very creative statement, also by you, Cursed. Okay, you got. Don't tell me about Pippin over there trying. Never mind. I'll just hit enter now. They're definitely eating. Yes. Yes. Boromir. Boromir. The chosen one. That face is the most disappointed face in history, in my opinion. That is the like I got you face. I roasted you. What are those? That's where the what are those came from. Though it's like THO, like it's like then we got this. Yeah, she's in her hot tub being the diva and she's like no. It's like a finalized no. Ass, I said they were definitely eating ass with human soup. Yes, indeed. Chief Inspector. Good job. I'm also a Chief Inspector. Well, holy mackerel. Whoa. We got giraffes. That's a medieval giraffe. Lord. And then, we got this man. He got whatever this beast is. It has a head, but its neck. It's like what kind of neck do you have, bro? Yes, yes. That's all he has to say. His neck is a snake neck, and he's just like. Yeah, he's about to rip to pieces whatever's in his face. We got my man right here, the mighty mouse giraffe. Okay, understood, Cursed. You got this mighty giraffe right here, and he's like, "What you say, punk?" Yeah, he has to collect himself his loan. He has to collect himself, his dough. That's him. That's like when you don't get a raise. That's when the Amazon package is late. That's like when the Wi-Fi goes out. And then you have the man and his horns. He's really like, and he also looks like a leopard. Also, James, he didn't have the technology like we do now. Like, we have the ability to make movies and technology to do different stuff. But back then, they didn't have, like, able to make movies. Like, they could have made movies out of these things and stuff, but they couldn't have the technology. James says they had a lot, ideas were not taken. True. Now we have everything, so ideas are more limited today. Very interesting point. Thank you. Thank you, sir. That's a real big horse. Giraffe hybrid thing. Wow. Okay, we got ourselves a dog body with a hyena head with some hair with a tree growing out from under it. it's also a tree, and he's like proud of him. He's so proud of himself, and he's just like pure confidence. And you got this depressed blue camel right here with a hyena head. The tree's about to poke his inner hump, and he's like, "Oh shit." AI version of medieval art. Interesting. Whoa. Whoa. You got an eagle with a bunch of heads on it. They're like floating and they're asking it something, and the eagle said, "Excuse me, sir. What is your request?" And he's like so elegant, and he's like talking, and they're like asking him for, you know, for $5, and he's like, "Of course." Yeah, I know, right, Billy? Good to see you, bro. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, man, this is just some wild medieval art I'm looking at, and I know, like what on earth is this? My friend that I talked about aliens with, he told me about this when him and I were like going to school, and Latina. Yeah, but I talked about this with school, and he was just like, and I'm like, bro, this stuff's weird. It's crazy. So I wanted to share that with y'all because y'all are an extension of the conversation about the aliens and everything, and it's a continuation of that. It's been many years since I've talked to him. He's cool people. Shout out to him, but I'm still continuing the conversation. So, alien spaceship. You're talking about cunt Mama Harris. Whoa. Viewer discretion. Trippy eagle, vagina wounds, dragon intimacy. And so they're getting like kinky over and spicy over here with these with that. That's what that was about. That's some wild stuff right there. Okay. This woman's a tree. Woman is a tree. And she doesn't. She is just like. She's just existing in her own dimension. She's about to step on somebody, and she's holding her giant piece of broccoli, and she's like, huh. Oh my goodness. This man is playing an instrument. We got ourselves a Mozart. Turning guns, would you like a bowl of soup? Would you like some eos or leg? Alright, so you have this bro right here with two heads on his body, and he's playing his nose as an instrument. His nose is the instrument. He's blue and red. He looks like the undead. I'm sure he was eating soup ass in bed. Leg is a side dish. I think his name is Ed. He's with Kuntmala, Harris, and the Shed. There's nothing left to be said. Roasting wounds were bled. I guess the dude with the chicken legs is named Ted. Word. Ahoy. Scared. Scared. Yeah, that's the sound that these people make. Okay, James. Good night. And you'll see the King Arthur stuff on the next stream. I'll talk about it again. So I'm about to get into that. But thank you for talking with us, James. It was nice meeting you. Thank you so much for being here. All right. And yeah, and he's playing his nose, and he's like trying to remember all the notes. That's funny, Billy. That's pretty cool. You got the chicken, and he has like a bell in his head, and he's like a human hybrid. You got this dude that looks like Jesus, but it has like some sort of. The lions from prehistoric times are pretty cool. They were thin and they had long hair. But that's like a human head on a tiger thing. I mean, on a lion, a black lion with a crow's feathers. I think his name is Heather. His skin looks like leather. Tick, tack, and tether. I think you need to put more stuff together. I got these rhymes that just made the situation better. I will be talking about King Arthur, because Latina, I don't want to upset her. You got the Eye of Mordor. Oh my goodness. Naughty, naughty. Look at this, everybody. Naughty, naughty. You got a tree. A horny tree. They wanted a bag of them, but they got a whole tree of them. Well, that's where that meme comes from about the bag of male members. So I didn't know there was a tree. Well, you learn something new every day. These people must have been bored out of their mind. That was their version of Family Guy back then. Good grief, man. Yeah, she's enjoying herself. She got many of them. I know. It looks like she's gonna blow. Oh no! Hopefully they weren't from Elmo. I guess she, well, we know she was shopping at Walmart. That's something we all could know for a fact. That's medieval Walmart. You got a whole horse's ears on your backside with Lemony Snicket on your ears. He also looks like the Grinch. And this man, this toucan bird, Kamala looking bird. I know she had her in her basket. That's the bag of, right. The goy ducks. Oh, she might be putting SC. She might be putting the baby oil in there, giving ideas here to her. She might have had baby oil. Yeah, this bird is like, bark. The bird sing. Yeah, that's going on with that bird. Yeah, the P Diddy oil. And also, and the bird is wearing a poncho. That's very interesting. He puts his, you know, I guess the the dude on his ass is looking at the bag of dicks she's collecting. The other one was collecting. And basically, that's what that guy's staring at. Yeah, upset with the diddler. A bag of ditties. Whoa. Look at this thing. He has a scrawny North Korean bird on his head, and he's just like unamused. And he's also watching the woman collect the bag of ditties. And he's looking with his possum tail. Good God. What is going on with this dude? What's wrong with him? He looks like he got some bath salts and ate some of that soup Latina's talking about. And he has wings on his head, and his head has a snail shell on it. And he's like a bird with scales. I guess he just got out of jail on bail. He might be a fish, call him Quail. I wonder what his story would entail. I don't think he's selling that hat, that snail hat. It's not on sale. Yeah, he was deep frying with that, absolutely. Look at this man vibing. He's listening to Taylor Swift. Yeah, he's just vibing out with his bird, enjoying himself. SE says, I think someone got into a batch of crack back then. Oh my goodness, we got a really diabolical snail right there. This man's fighting himself a whole snail, and he's impaling the eye of the shield with his other eye. You know, snails, when you touch its eye, it like retracts. But this thing, its eye retracted, and he's stabbing the other enemy with the eye. And this man has like a cactus bat thing, or it's trying to be a bat, and he's fighting off this snail. I mean, what on earth was going on here? He was calling the snail the wrong pronouns, probably. You know, he didn't watch himself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Well, I agree, Billy. I totally agree. You got a demonic nun with her staff and her hind legs and a tail. What madness. I agree, Billy. You got this picture of rats in a boat. What on earth? What in the name of Mike? And I'll do this a little bit more simplistically here. Okay, so that wasn't supposed to go the way it went, but let's see. Well, no, it's all good. It's all good. All right, you got these rats in a boat. In a little boat, and they're sailing away from something. I guess they're sailing away from all the kiots. You know, they're sailing away from all the cats. Or there's some cheese on an island somewhere. I mean, is this Stuart Little's great-great-grandparents? I mean, look at these things. So you got these rats in a boat. Row, row, row your ratty boat gently down the stream. They're going to go search for cheesy ice cream. And yeah, so these rats are really on a quest here. To Ellis Island. I think that makes sense. Makes sense to me. And then you got this rat that's using a cat to ride. And then you got this like rabbit that never got a chance to sleep in 2 weeks, and he's holding a shield, and he has his like depressed, kind of like slightly unenthusiastically depressed lion And he's going, charge! Forward. You got yourself a whole rabbit playing the bagpipes. I'll shout out to him. I'm sure he plays better than us humans. You got Santa Claus's head on a body, holding a thing, a green thing. And this is the whole picture. All these people are stabbing this guy, and like the guy stabbing him in the chest looks a little bit like angry. The other guy was like, "What? WTF, bro?" And the other guy looks the two other guys look happy stabbing him, but the dude getting stabbed is just cool as a breeze. He's not even fazed by it. Because he just ate a Snickers. Then you got this meme. I play in a serious campaign. The campaign. Then you got this snail that will just refuse the move. And he's like, who is you looking at, bruh? Cuz, who is you looking at? That's what he's saying. Uh-oh. We got a monkey with a arrow up his booty. Well, he's into what he's into. And we got a spaceship. A medieval man in a spaceship because the aliens were back then too. That we see now. Yep. You got booty with a face on it with another dude with his poncho and his green hat on playing his instrument. They make the perfect couple. All right. Archbishop of Canterbury Justin Webley announces his resignation as a result of the John Smith abuse scandal in the Church of England. In Zahai, in Zhuhai, China, 35 people are deleted in a vehicle ramming attack on the 11th. The Walden-Wallkill Rail Trail, also known as Jesse McHugh Trail, is 32 miles rail trail between village of Walden and the hamlet of Wallkill, two communities located in Orange County. All right. I'll be talking about this more for, throughout the different streams. And I want to say that, even like when James is here in the future, I mean, in another stream, we'll talk about it with him. As I was talking about the other thing, and he wasn't around enough for this part, but he'll see this. All right. Legends concerning the return of Arthur. That Arthur never died but is awaiting his return in some remote spot, often sleeping, is a central motif connected to the Arthurian legends before the 12th century. There are, as in Englannoin y Buda, reference to the absence of a grave for Arthur suggests that was considered not dead and immortal, but there is no indication that he was expected to return in this poem. From the early of 12th century onward, several sources reported about a popular belief in the return of King Arthur, along with most often critically and mockingly presented. His future return is first mentioned in William of Malmesbury in the 1125, but Arthur's grave is nowhere seen, whence Antiquity of Fables still claims that he will return. In the Miracles of Saint Leon de Miraculius, written by a French clerk and chronicler named Hermain of Tunrai, about 1145, but referring to the events occurring in 1113, mentions the Breton and Cornish beliefs that Arthur is still alive, or Arthur still lived. And that's Arthur on his deathbed. What happened with King Arthur was he was in this fatal battle with his, with his relative and his son, and basically he did a fatal wound to King Arthur. So the ladies of the lake came and in a boat, and they brought him to Avalion. It's like Valhalla, heaven, and it was prophesied he would return. In the legend, in 1191, the alleged tomb of Arthur was identified in an obviously orchestrated discovery at Gansbury Abbey, whereas numerous scholars have argued that this could have been due to Abbey wanting to stand out with its illustration tomb, or to a desire of plant agent regime to put an end to the legendary rival figure who inspired the tenacious Celtic opposition to their rule. It may also have been motivated by how Arthurian expectations were highly problematic to contemporary Christianity. The longing of the return of a mighty immortal figure returning before the end of time to reestablish his perfect rule not only ran against basic Catholic tenets, but could even threaten the quintessential focus on the longing to return of Jesus. This was further aggravated by the stories about Arthur, often a time invoked more emotion than biblical tales. Decades of elite critique of the popular conviction among otherwise pious Catholic Celts in Britain and Brittany had done nothing in a way of suppressing these beliefs, whereas the orchestration of Arthur's physical remains efficiently eliminate a possibility of his return without overtly criticizing anyone's beliefs. After 1191, discovery of his alleged tomb, Arthur became more of a figure of folk legends, found sleeping in various remote caves all over Britain and some other places, and at times roaming the night as a specter like the Wild Hunt. So basically, the Wild Hunt of Odin was this event that happened where they would take Odin and his fellow gods and goddesses would go in the sky at night, would go into the sky, and they would go and abduct people in their wild hunt. And you see under, and this is a very famous painting, and you see underneath you have the moon, and you see those things flying around. Those are like fallen angels, and they're like Mothman. And it reminds me of like a UFO, like the abduction of humans. That's what that reminds me of, and the link between the fallen angel, the gods, and the aliens, and the fallen angels. And in SC, and our other people in the chat too, but I know you specifically, like our Nordic ancestors believed this was part of their faith that would happen. And Odin, the god of our ancestors, and he would have this wild hunt, and they would abduct people, and I'll explain a little small excerpt of this, okay? Then we'll go back to King Arthur. The wild hunt the wild hunt is a folklore motif occurring across various northern, western, and eastern European societies, appearing in the religious of Germans, Celts, and Slavs. The wild hunt is typically a chase led by a mythological figure escorted by a ghostly or supernatural group of hunters, engaged in the pursuit. The leader of the hunt is often named the figure associated with Odin in Germanic legends, but many variously be historically of legendary figure like the Theodoric the Great, the Danish king Vladimir. Glad that you liked the painting. I remember I saw an album cover I listened to in high school, and they had that cover, and that was so cool. I was just obsessed with the picture. Vladimir the Fourth Christofferson, that's similar to my name. He is mostly known for the reunion of Denmark after bankruptcy and mortgaging of the country of finance wars under previous rulers. The Dragon Slayer Sigurd The Welsh Psy Psy Chomp Pomp. What is that? Welsh Psy Chomp Pomp. What is that? Creatures, spirits, and angels, demons, are deities in many religions whose responsibility is to escort merely deceased souls from Earth to the afterlife. Arguaid Nude. Biblical figures such as Herod, Cain, Gabriel, or the devil are unidentified lost souls. The hunters are generally the souls of the dead, or ghostly dogs, sometimes fairies, valkyries, or elves. Sarah and I would talk a lot about things like this. And she said, we're talking about it, and like fairies and valkyries and elves, those are creatures that are, in our opinion, is associated with the fallen angels or something from the fallen realm or the fallen angels themselves. And like nowadays, they don't appear like this cool picture anymore. They appear as aliens now. I do believe in aliens from other planets and all, but I do think some of the alien sightings are, as I said, the fallen angels doing what they always did. And psychopoems is how you would say it. Thank you, Turning Guns, Billy. Thank you. Psychopoems. Thanks. Seeing the wild hunts was thought to forbade some catastrophe, such as war, plague, or at best the death of one who witnessed it. People encountering the hunt might also be abducted, like aliens abducting people, to the underworld or the fairy kingdom. In some instances, it was also believed that people's spirits could be pulled away during their sleep to join the cavalcade. The concept was developed by Jacob Grimm. Jacob Grimm was the one that used my name for a fairy tale. In Deutsche mythology, in the basis of contemplative mythology, Grimm believed that the group of stories represented a folkloristic survival of Germanic paganism, but this is disputed by other modern scholars who claim that comparable folk myths are found throughout Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Central Europe. Lotte Motz noted, however, that the motif abounds above all in the areas of Germanic speech. Grimm popularized the term wild jagd, wild hunt, wild jagd, from the phenomenon. The painting reminds me of a scene in the book of Revelation. Ah, yes. I thought that too when I first saw it. Yeah. Well, look at this picture. I've been reacting to pictures. I've been reacting to pictures. So, let's react to this. So, I always like the moon and the sun contrast. And I love like the dark scenery, and you see like the demonic type angels flying below, and then above you see all these thousands and thousands of them, the fallen sons of God, or as they said, Satan fell like a bolt of lightning. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of India, when all these beings came from the sky to the people. It reminds me of the scene when the fallen angels were shot down from heaven. And basically, it's a lot like the book of Revelations, for sure. And also the horses of the apocalypse. And the horses are flying in the sky. And you see they're picking up people and stuff, and they're over this desolate wasteland, like an apocalypse, like what the book of Revelation talks about. And basically, and the sun, it's so cool, and it also looks like a UFO over there itself. And you got these people. We're gonna zoom into the picture. Okay, everybody, we're right in it. Look at their faces. There's the woman, and she has her arrow. You got one dude with his demonic face, and that's Odin. That looks like Thor. I always thought that was Odin, but it looks like Thor. That is Thor. I always thought it was Odin for some reason, because it looks like the main guy. A battle in the heavens in the clouds, right? Like what the Bible says. You see, because you see, Billy, as we both knew already, our Bible was not made up. Our scripture, our religion was not fictitious. You could prove this also by these events these other religions recorded before Jesus even came there. When there's the ancient Israelites and stuff like that. What kind of bees make milk? Oh, God. What is it, Essie? What kind of bees make milk? So that's Thor right there with the hammer. You see right there? And he has his goats, because Thor has goats. And he flies across the sky with his goats. And he has his hammer. And I guess Odin is up there. So yes, it's like the battle in the heavens. Yup. And these are people that hilarious. You see, these are people that were abducted in the Wild Hunt. And the horses are wild looking. They're like the fires of hell are in their eyes. This man got himself a whole beaver on his head right there. You see, they're abducting people. You see, the fallen angels taking earth women and mating with them. That's what that's like. Taking as they please. You see, that's another one. Right, right. And you got this angry dude, and she's just like, well, get on with it. And the horses are just blazing with fire. All those NPCs, there's millions of them. We got into the sunset. And some of them have wings, like an angel. Right, the Nephilim. And this is the desolate wasteland of Earth. And that's the moon coming up. And if there's a moon, the other thing has to be a spaceship or something. Because the moon's out, then that's not the sun. Yeah, that's just the wasteland. And you see, they're like a bunch of crows. They're a bunch of Mothman looking things. The raven is a symbol of Odin, by the way, also. So if that's the moon, then that has to be a spaceship over there. That's all them coming out of the other dimension. And it was more common in northern Germany. The term hunt is from northern Germany, and host was from southern Germany. By the way, I'm related to people from, both parts of Germany. I have some ancestry from northern and southern Germany, and kind of like in the middle, too, of it. With, however, no clear dividing line, since the part of southern Germany known as the Hunt is part of the north, know the host. It was also known in Germany as the Wildest Heer, Wild Army. Its leader was given various names. We talked about that before. Also, Krampus is mentioned. We're in the season to talk about him because we're around Christmas time. Okay. Yeah, see. Dude, in the fire close up, I see Satan on the left. Tendered in the fire. Yeah, SC. I mean, yes, Billy. I meant. Billy says, dude, in the fire close up, I seen Satan on the left. A rendered in fire. Exactly. All this stuff, this will give you more. Although you all believe in faith in God already, you have even more confirmation about the faith through these pagan religions that existed long ago. A stupid thing a lot of the, a lazy argument that they'll use is I can't talk today. The modern pagans use, or people are making BS memes. They will say like, well, Thor got rid of. It was either Thor or Odin. My memory, I'm not quite sure. I forgot which one. It might have been Thor. Odin got rid of all the. I'm gonna get rid of. Okay, I'm gonna see what this is right now. Okay, that Odin got rid of the ice giants, and there's no ice giants around, and God said he would take rid of sin. But that's not really true. You see, so Odin was going to get rid of the ice giants, and they're not here anymore. They say, but oh, sin's still here because God say we'll get rid of sin. We're taking strawman arguments here, and the point was, sin is there, but Jesus had to die on the cross and resurrected because sin is there. We can't do anything about it, but because of him, we would have everlasting life. He would return and make a new heaven and a new earth, and his place a better place. But guess what? It says to smarty pantses that God was the one that said he would get rid of giants, and there's no giants. The ice giants, we don't know of any ice giants. Those did exist because they're the Nephilim. But he also said he would get rid of the Nephilim, the giants, and he did. He's done many things before. God has done many things. So you got to remember, there's a lot of people that have strawman arguments, but you all know already. But I give you more confirmation, although it's not needed, with these other religions, and that it confirms what the Bible was saying about our stuff. Because, like Billy, what you're seeing about the battle in the sky, that was from Norse mythology, but it's in conjunction with Scripture because Bible was telling about what's going on. And also, as I said, sometimes people will say strawman arguments, but I dissect it and I annihilate them because it's what I do. There is a disagreement about the etymology of the word Oskari. The first element has several proposed sources: Asgard or thunder, Old Norse Oskarligger, dreadful. The hypothetical Asgard Isser God ride was also proposed. Only the second element, ride, from Norse mythology. These are just some different words from the Norse mythology. So you have Aser God ride was also once proposed, only the second element. Ride from Old Norse Rio is uncontroversial. The word was popularly perceived to be connected to Asgard in folk ballad of Sigurd Sven, who is taken to Asgard in Oscaria in Guro Reisovera. In the Netherlands and Finlanders, in northern Belgium, the wild hunt is known as the Buck Riders. Buckendriders was used by gangs of the highwaymen for their advantage in the 18th century. I didn't know that. Also want to say shout out to Peach that is watching, lurking in the chat. And also, I'm glad that all of you like the show and appreciate it. And also Peach says, hello to chat, and hopefully at, some point she'll be able to have the time to come into the chat, but she wants to tell everybody hello. So, yeah, shout out to her. In Welsh folklore, Gwyn ap Nudd was depicted as a wild huntsman riding a demon horse who hunts souls at night along with a pack of white-bodied and red-eared dogs of hell in Arthurian legends. So this is going back to the King Arthur legends. He is a king of the underworld who makes sure that the imprisoned devils do not destroy human souls. And SC and Billy both say hello to you, Peach. And also, basically, in King Arthur's legend, Gwyn ap Nudd was depicted as a wild huntsman riding a demon horse who hunts souls at night along with a pack of body-ear dogs of hell. In Arthurian legends, he is a king of the underworld who makes sure that the imprisoned devils do not destroy human souls. You know, in scripture it talks about the demons that are chained up in the depths of hell, which are these other dimensions. And that's very similar to what the Bible says. But King Arthur in legends was a Christian, and this was some sort of supernatural being that imprisoned devils that would wreak havoc on the earth. A comparable Welsh folk myth is known as Cwyn Awn Welsh Hounds of Anwen. And also, another thing about something Jesus said was that in the times towards the end times, there will be monsters that will come from the sky. And it was translated in Greek and stuff that it means monsters. And he was talking about the UFOs and the alien sightings and the other strange things in the sky. That's what he meant. And that was the best way he could explain it, you know, because he's God, so he is an eternal person, so he knows this time period from 500 years from now to 500 years ago, and he saw what they were, but to those people at that time, he had to explain it in layman's terms. Shout out to Jesus. In France, the host was known as the sources of Familia Heliquini, and in Old French as my Maiseni Heliquin. The household or the retinue of Heliquin. Because there's Harlequin. You see, people say Harley Quinn wrong. That character Harley Quinn, it's Harlequin. We had a cat named Harlequin that had the two faces. But people say Harley Quinn, but it's Harlequin. That's what the true and Heliquin. Similar thing. Old French name Heliquin was probably borrowed from Middle English Herla King. Herla kinging by Romance-speaking Norman invaders of Britain. Other similar figures appear in French folklore, such as Le Grand Vigneur, a hunter who chased with dogs in the forest of Fontainebleau, and a Poit-Ayu tradition with a hunter who has faulted by hunting on Sunday is condemned to redeem himself by hunting during the night, along with its French-Canadian version of Chasse Glare. Latina said alien spaceship sound effects. Did you know that the name Arthur is still very popular in many countries? Latina, I did know that. And I'm glad that you gave me confirmation about that. It's still popular in many different countries. It's a very great name. The familiar literary persona of Arthur begins in Gorfy of Monmouth's Pseudo-Historia, History of the Kings of Britain, written in 1130s. The textual sources of Arthur are usually divided into those written before Gorfy's Historia. and those written afterwards which could not avoid influence from Ladrofan post-Gardafan texts. One of the most famous Welsh poetic references to Arthur comes in the collection of the heroic death songs known as Y Gododin, attributed to the 6th century poet Aneurin. One stanza praises the bravery of a warrior who slew 300 enemies, but says that despite this, he was no Arthur. That is, his feats cannot compare to the valor of Arthur. Why God Adonin is known only from a 13th century manuscript, so it is impossible to determine whether his passing is original or later interpolation, but John Cook's view of the passage dates from a 17th century or earlier version, is regarded as the unproven 10th century dates are often proposed for it. Several poems attribute Taliesin, a poet said to have lived in the 6th century, also refer to Arthur, although these all probably date from between the 8th and the 12th centuries. They include Kadir Ternon, Chair of the Prince, which refers to Arthur the Blessed. Predieu, Enwyn, The Spoils of Enwyn, which recounts the explanation of Arthur to the other world, and Marnot, the Pendragon, the Elegy of Uther Pendragon, which refers to Arthur's valor and is suggestive of a father-son relationship for Arthur and Uther that predates Gorfy of Monmouth. You see right there, that predates Gorfy of Monmouth. I'm glad that that was said, because that was always my theories about it. And I've read through these things many times, but like some of the people say that the legends of King Arthur were invented by him, but actually, when he was growing up and the time he was coming in, there was no computers or social media. Libraries were probably like a big thing back then for them, because it was like their advanced technology, and that probably was scarce in itself. But he was hearing stories of this King Arthur. It was a legend in his time, so he went and documented it. Like, for instance, like, we have the internet to document things, so it's pretty easy for future generations to know who we were. But the situation is that, like, I could write down in a journal about things I've heard about, the legend of Trump and his ear, the different things I experienced here in myself, and then, 1,000 years from now it would be a legend. Now, as I said, they will know with the technology that it saved, but if in another time period there wasn't a way that the technology we have now, they would think maybe it was made up, maybe it wasn't made up. But I didn't make up all that story. It was something I experienced and other things I was passed on to me in the time period. So Gorfy, in my opinion, was passed down stories of King Arthur, and that was what was talked about in his time period. If he was real or not, it was a legend that was passed down. He was simply recording the history that he was being told to document for future generations. As I said, it predates Gorfy Monmouth's accounts. So if it predates that guy, he wasn't the one that came up with it. He just wrote it down. There you go. And the Camelot was destroyed. It was completely destroyed in a war. Like in some apocalyptic... There was no nuclear weapons, but like an equivalent to some apocalyptic nuclear war. And it was just wasted away. Like I showed you all before about Six Flags. How, it just became an abandoned place. And back then, they didn't have all the technology we have now. So, just, to preserve structures and things like that. Although there's a lot of structures back then that are still, and from the time of ancient Egypt, that are still around today. But I'm just saying that the technology has a play in it. SE says stories were like TV to them back then. Them. That is very true. They didn't have TV. They didn't have stuff or movies and things like that. I remember I was watching Star Wars Theory. He has a really cool channel. And he was talking about, like, we have Star Wars. But back then, people didn't have that kind of thing. So this was their, the stories and stuff, the legends, if they were true or not true, that was their version of Star Wars or a movie or a TV show. Definitely. And as I said, and the same thing with the crazy medieval artwork we were seeing about the woman picking male members off trees, the snail fighting the dude with a spear. Those could have been cartoons, but they just didn't have the technology. And as I said, like with King Arthur, he very well may have been real, but as I said, it's a legend. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but I think it's very possible it was. And thank you for pointing that out, SE. It's very true. And also, you could say the same story's been told over and over again. Like, Uther and King Arthur fighting is like, Obi-Wan and Anakin. Also, Palpatine in a way. Now, Obi-Wan's compared to Merlin, and he is like that. But Palpatine is also, you could say, is like a evil version of Merlin. And Anakin's like an evil version of King Arthur. That same story's been told over and over again. It's like, it's the same story. We just have the better technology to explain it now. Whoever they were. And King Arthur, he had to exist, his existence at time to the time period he was in was about 1,000 years ago, if he existed. That's a long time ago. Over 1,000 years ago. And if any trace of that, person, like, was passed on, little bits and pieces of him, if he was real, that's really incredible that it was able to come down to our time. And with Sarah, her and I would talk about King Arthur. Sometimes it was just her and I in the chat. She would just be here, and we would talk about the different theories and different things with King Arthur, and she really enjoyed it. And SC has a fun fact. Robin Hood was written in the year 1377. And Billy says, part of knowledge being increased. Absolutely. Absolutely. Other early Welsh Arthurian texts include a poem found in the Black Book of Cam-Arthian, Pagur, YV, and Y. Arthur. What man is a gatekeeper? This takes the form of a dialogue between Arthur and the gatekeeper of a fortress he wishes to enter, in which Arthur recounts the names and deeds of himself and his man, notably Kiak, which is K, and Bedevere. And I'll tell you all about King Arthur, about some, and we'll talk about this again for James and other people. Like, tomorrow I'll talk about some of this stuff again, along with some new things. But basically, King Arthur had a horrible death. Okay? He went down really bad. So, in the legend, his son got real greedy, or what's thought to be his son, got really greedy and raised an army against him. And like DJ, he was, he's like lurking, but I remember like basically King Arthur, he was doing something with his half sister, and some spicy things, and he kind of let sin in a little bit, and he kind of lost God's favor slightly, but not completely. He eventually gained, he gained God's, he always had God's favor, but he let sin get into him, and he kind of did some mistakes. And Camelot was this mythological kingdom, sort of like with the different interdimensional beings, or the otherworldly beings, like the angelic type beings, they're fallen angels, whatever, along with righteous beings. And then he kind of did some things, and no one's perfect, we all fall into sin, and his wife cheated on him with his best friend, his best knight. And he was so warped into that and what happened with his wife, he was not focusing on his kingdom. And all these different armies that didn't like him rose up, because he was beefing with the Roman Empire in Legends, and he allegedly took over Scandinavia and different parts of Europe, and he was trying to take Rome, and he could have taken Rome, but he couldn't do that, because when that happened, because they say to get to a man is through his heart, the woman, and then it collapsed, and all these armies attacked him along with his son or whatever, and this horrible war happened. Like, I did the sound effect on my channel about the fall of Camelot, which the sound effects of it, and it burned to the ground and was completely destroyed, and he was given a fatal blow by the sun or whatever, and he was wounded, and these ladies of the lake, which are these kind of like supernatural angelic type beings, some of them are like kind of like fallen angels, some of them may not be fallen angels, and they took him to Aragon, they took him to Avelion, which was like heaven, and those are similar to the Valkyries and angelic beings and stuff like that. And he he repented, obviously, and also his wife felt very bad about what she did, and she never talked to that knight again. And basically, in some legends, although his body was taken away, it says, this other legend says he buried them next to each other. Or say we could say canonically correct, that he did go to some other place, and there was like a memorial for King Arthur, so he buried her next to the memorial. And then Merlin heard about this, and he was very saddened by it, and he turned into a bird, and he was never seen again in Legends. And Merlin was created by a fallen angel, and his mother, which was a Christian woman, and he was half demon, half human. He was supposed to be an antichrist, allegedly, but he chose to devote his life to Jesus, and he used his magical gift to do the Lord's work. And there's a lot of dragons and giant cats, like I have here, who are much bigger than my cats, and all kinds of mythological creatures that allegedly existed that were fallen beings, like demonic type beings, that they fought. And Merlin was King Arthur's guide, his mentor. And in spite of his mistakes, King Arthur was a great, in Legends, Christian king, and was forgiven when he repented for what he did. But it tells you about when God says about the sin and stuff, he's not telling you not to do it to be mean. He's doing it because there's a reason. It's falling short. He wanted to protect us from a problem. You see what he did? He did something weird with... now, just to make clear, in those royal families, they mix with their siblings. But he was already married, though. And it's kind of, strange. But basically, he, would let in some taintedness into him, and it caused a domino effect of all these other bad things. But I think the Romans would have had that knight betray his wife anyway. Because I think the Romans in legends thought King Arthur was a threat. So they went and did this scheme to get rid of him. Sort of like they may have tried to do it with Trump, the Orange Man. I told you, this story gets told over and over again. It happens all the time. But it's great that he wasn't deleted. And he was able to get, reelected. But basically in this story, you see all the fake news from Rome, from all these different kingdoms that didn't like King Arthur. It's the same thing. And as I said, it's a believable story. It could have happened, or it could have been based off something. And it's not like Rome or something. It's like these documents and stuff were just not kept the same way as, say, the Vatican would keep information. So, yeah, he just... And if it is a fiction, it was a very well-written fiction. Very well written. And also, King Arthur was part of the Celtic people. I'm related to the Celtic people, which is like Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. But he was specifically from Wales. And I'm part Welsh. I'm related to the whole island. And there's the Anglo-Saxon invasion, which was the English, also my ancestors, that were settling the island. Now, there's dispute about if the English really were invading or if they were there as like an ally. And then there's like a war later when they took more land. It's like disputed. But so basically, they did this thing and they're fighting off the invasion. And yeah, that's how he ended it. Because I can imagine in ancient times in these legends, maybe it's real, maybe it's not real. He was, the Romans were talking about him in a bad way. These kingdoms were talking about him. Everybody's talking about all this stuff. And you see he got himself distracted, which caused his whole kingdom to collapse. He could have been betrayed. But he did have to not look at all the people trying to destroy his kingdom. And there's, in Scripture, there's this king or ruler or something like that, and he was not getting approval for one person. He got approval from everybody else that liked him, but this one person didn't like him, and he hyper-focused on it to the point that there was probably, facts, Essie. Probably a little truth to them, the stories. Thank you, Essie. And so, I kind of lost track of thought for a second. So, but I'm gonna continue. I just kind of skipped my mind for a second. What I was gonna say. I like what SE was saying about how probably a little truth in both. Yeah, because definitely with the truth in the story, because they were basically. It sounds like a reasonably true story, but so basically, as I was saying before, how all these different people were coming against him, and in the Bible, I remember now. Thank you. So in the Bible, this ruler got everybody to like him, everybody approved of him, but this one person didn't, and he hyper-focused on it, to the point where he was just like, he got depressed, and he just like destroyed himself over this one person. King Arthur fell into a sin in another way by focusing too much on the relationship problem, which was very, very bad, and not focusing on his kingdom, because that's how the enemy went and destroyed him. As I said, I believe Lancelot was probably an agent. His wife could have been an agent of Rome and those other places, and everybody was just out to get him. But he was the only one in Legends that could pull a sword from the stone. He knew the cool magical wizard that guided him. and all the other soy simps and the other NPCs didn't. And the brave great Rome didn't even have that either. And they exist in legends. If there's some truth to it, most likely, whatever the truth is, today he still lives on. All 1,000 years later, over 1,000 years later, we're still talking about him. You know, he didn't do anything in vain. And he still was remembered. In the British Empire, included Ireland and Scotland and their their flag, because the Union Jack is Scotland and Ireland and Wales all as a united kingdom. And I know some people don't completely agree with that. As I said, I'm part Irish, but I am not against the Britain. Because I'm also related to English, and that's where my people went to, and also all the other islands. So what he did was not in vain, and the British people have expanded all over the world, and the United States came from Britain, and he was this one little kingdom. So his people, God has favored the people of Britain, and all the stuff we were able to do. What I mean by Britain, America too, and its revolution, and its independence. Just like King Arthur, how he fought for his independence of his kingdom, the Founding Fathers fought for independence for America, a much bigger kingdom. So we're all part of the story of Britain, and God favored his people. So that is a very inspiring thing that, even though he went a terrible way, if he was real in legends or whoever it was based off of, the people that descended after him were favored. Excellent observation about God telling us not to sin for our own benefit because the spiritual side of sin has been paid for. Amen. Amen. That is, Billy, that is very well said. Excellent. And thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying this. The Welsh prose tale Colwich and Olwen, including the modern Mab in Agion collection, has a much longer list of more than 200 of Arthur's men. Though C.I. and Bedwyr again take a central place, the story as a whole tells of Arthur helping his kinsman Colwich win hand of Olwen, daughter of Wyspadadin, chief giant, by completing a series of apparently impossible tasks, including the hunt for the great semi-divine boar. Synchronicity, everybody. I was talking about boars with the Six Flags, because there's boars at the Six Flags over in the abandoned one. So and Sarah and I would always talk about synchronicity. That's something her and I always talked about. And how you could say something and it could mean, but you're reading something and some random thing pops up about it. I'm not talking about an ad from Google, but that could be used too. But look at this, we're talking about, and they're talking about boars. Torwith, the 9th century Historia Brittonum, also refers to the tale with the boar. They're named Troyant. Finally, Arthur is mentioned numerous times in the Welsh Triads, a collection of short summaries of Welsh tradition and legend which are classified into groups of 3 linked characters or episodes to assist recall. The latter manuscripts of the Triads are partially a derivative from Gorfy of Monmouth and later contentual traditions. but the earliest ones show no such influence and are usually agreed to refer to pre existing Welsh traditions. Even in these, however, Arthur's court has started to embody legendary Britain as a whole, with Arthur's court sometimes substituted for the island of Britain in the formula. 3XXX of the island of Britain, while it is not clear for the Historia Britannium and the Annales Cambria that Arthur was even considering a king, even considered a king by the time of Coleridge and Olwen, and the triads were written, he had become Pentyrendian. This is ancient Celtic language. Son, chief of the lords of the island, the overlords of Wales, Cornwall, and the north. And also the way it works is that the nobilities of Britain, they married in with each other. And then the English people were there, and eventually they married into the Irish and Scottish and English ones. They became an alliance, and they all married within each other. And then at some point, one of the queens didn't have any kids, so then it went to the cousins in Hanover, which is the descendants of the current royal family today. I understand controversy around them, but that is the line that, because they are German, but the thing is, though, they're cousins with the British people, the monarch that was there. So there's a monarch that was there, and then the other monarch that was in Germany, they're cousins, so they're still related to the British, though, but they're also predominantly German. Yeah, so that's like King George the First, Second, Third, etc. That group, and so it goes way before those three, but that group of people were cousins to the other ones because she didn't have any kids. Yeah, and also they were lords of the north. And then you have some really cool thing right here. Colhewich entering Arthur's court in the Welsh tale of Colthwich and the Olwen, an illustration by Alfred Fredericks for an 1881 edition of the Mab in Agongion. That's the gatekeeper entering King Arthur's court. Alright, you can see it better now. So that looks like Gustave Doré type painting. But the illustration was by Alfred Fredericks. Yeah, so that is King Arthur. And that is the supernatural gatekeeper coming into his court with the dogs. And that's King Arthur's castle, a depiction of it. That's his throne, and that's all the knights. And that's an idea of what it looked like before it was destroyed. Getting back to y'all in a moment. Just getting everything situated here. Okay, turning the webcam on. Webcam on. Okay. I love these kind of streams. In addition to pre-Galfordian Welsh poems, and the tales of Arthur appear in some other early Latin texts besides Historia Britannicum and the Annales Cambri. In particular, Arthur features in a number of well-known lives of post-Roman saints, none of which are now generally considered to be reliable historical sources. The earliest probably dates from the 11th century, according to Life of Saint Gildas, written in the 12th century. Car Adoc of Lilad Carfon. Arthur is said to have killed Gideon's brother Hewel, and to have rescued the wife of Gwen Haufwar from Glassbury. In the Life of Saint Cadoc, written around the 1100, a little before Lefers of Len Carfon, the saint gives protection to a man who killed 3 of Arthur's soldiers. And Arthur demands a herd of cattle as wergild for his men. Cadoc delivers them in demand, but when Arthur takes possession of the animals, they turn into bundles of ferns. Interesting. They just turn to plants. They're like shapeshifters. Similar instances are described in medieval biographies of Caranog, Padron, and Efulam, probably written around the 12th century. A less obvious legendary account of Arthur appears in Legendia Sancti Goes Envi, which is often claimed to date from the early 11th century, although earliest manuscript of the text dates from the 15th century, and text is now dated in the late 12th century, early 13th century. Also important are references to Arthur and William of Malmesbury's De Gestis Regium Angorium. Curse, just hello there. I'm heading out. Nice. Now, I told you I typed to let you know I was leaving. Okay, Cursed, have a very good sleep. Thank you for coming to the stream. It was excellent and hilarious chatting with you. Good night to you. Also important are the references to King and Arthur's William of Malmesbury's De Gestis Regium Anglium, Herman's De Miracilius Sanctae Marire, Laudaniensis, which together. Okay, SC, see you tomorrow. Alright. Provide the first certain evidence for a belief that Arthur was not actually. Yeah, bye tomorrow night. Thanks. Belief that Arthur was not actually dead and would at some point return. A theme is often revised in the post-Galferdian folklore. And I'm not going to be much longer, by the way, for those watching. It'll just be a little bit more. And also during the spooky season, during the Christmas type season, we'll be talking about Krampus. Certainly. Alright, guys. See you all later. And see you tomorrow, Essie. Everybody else. Gorphy of Monmouth's Historia Regium Britannia, completed in the 1138 century, contains the first narrative account of Arthur's life. This work is imaginative and fanciful account of the British kings from the legendary Trojan exile of Brutus, the 11th century Welsh king Cadwalder. Gorfie places Arthur in the same post as Roman period, as do Historia Britannium and Annales Cambria. According to Gorfie's tale, Arthur was a descendant of Constantine the Great. He incorporates Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, his magician advisor Merlin, in the story of Arthur's conception, in which Uther disguised himself as an enemy glorious by Merlin's magic. Sleeps with Gorilius, the wife of Ignura, at Tintagel, and she convinces Arthur. On Uther's death, the 15-year-old Arthur succeeds him as king of Britain and fights a series of battles similar to those in the Historia Britannium, culminating in the Battle of Bath. He then defeats the Picts in Scotland before creating an Arthurian empire through his conquest of Ireland, Iceland, and Orkney Islands. After 12 years of peace, Arthur sets out to expand his empire once more, taking control of Norway, Denmark, and Gaul. Gaul is head of the Roman Empire. When it was conquered and control of Norway, Denmark, and Gaul, Gaul is still held by the Roman Empire. When it was conquered and Arthur's victory leads... This is what I was talking about before. Arthur's victory leads to a further confrontation with Rome. Arthur and his warriors, including Kay and Bedivere, and Gawain, the Green Knight, defeat the Roman Emperor Lucius Tiberius in Gaul. But as he prepares to march on Rome, Arthur hears that his nephew... It was his nephew, not his son. Okay, that's what it was. I got it. That's who it was. I was like his son or some kind of relative. His nephew. That's the one he got into a fight with that deleted him. Mordius, whom he had left to be in charge of Britain, has married Guinevere. Now, in some traditions, it's his knight. It depends on which version. And seized the throne. Arthur returns to Britain and defeats Mordius. Now, this might be something else. Wait. This might be something else. Not his final fight. On the river of Camblom, Cornwall. But he is mortally wounded. Now, this is the one where he has a fight. So his nephew and him got into a fight. And that caused him to get deleted. He hands the crown to his kinsman, Constantine, and is taken to the Isle of Avalon to be healed of his wounds, never to be seen again. So, you see, the Romans didn't like him, so they got somebody in there to betray him and destroy his empire, because he was a threat to Rome. Alien spaceship. Do you believe that King Arthur was only a story or real person embellished for some reason? Okay, this is my answer. So, I would certainly take any, the debated discussion about it. I would be glad to dispute what I think. And I know what I think can be wrong. But I would say, in my opinion, I think it's likely he was real, and because of a variety of different reasons, it was not completely set in stone for modern historians and historians of the ages to completely confirm that he existed. And it's not clear he didn't exist, or it's not true. They just can't prove it either way. Kind of like what people say with God's existence, which we know God's real, obviously, but like people would say they can't prove it or disprove it. With King Arthur, it's like they can't really prove it or disprove it. They have all these theories about where they were really based off of, but as I said, I think that from studying it and reading about it, and I have a tinfoil hat, I do think he was real. But I could be wrong, and I wouldn't mind being, open for a refutation about it, and I acknowledge it could be wrong, and I know it could maybe far-fetched. But, I think that, just reading about it, it sounds like it probably was true. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like it would happen. It sounds like it makes sense. The Romans crucified many people. They, also with Jesus. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that to an alleged King Arthur. That's why, Latina, I say it's a legend. Because a legend, I'm not saying it's a fact historically, until it would be proven. Okay? So I say it's a legend. I'm not saying it's fiction either. It's like in the middle. It's kind of like a gray area. Maybe it's real, maybe it isn't real. And I say allegedly, because I'm not sitting here saying it's real, maybe it isn't real. Or at least, at the very least, it was based off of some real person. Shout out to Bubbles in his cat box. And Merlin and all of them were based off real people. If they weren't, they either were real, or it was based off of somebody real. That's my answer. I know that was a very winded answer, but that is the answer. During the bombings of London, when the Nazis were bombing London, the British people took inspiration from King Arthur. Throughout the ages, people looked up to King Arthur and what he did, allegedly, for inspiration. So the reason Latina why he was embellished was because he was one of the legendary alleged kings of Britain. And the British people have a nationalism or patriotism in their past leader. And in the story, if it's a fictional story, it was inspiring to them. It was like Star Wars or Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that. It was just something that inspired them. It was a symbol of their people. Like, say, George Washington was real, but say, like, to us, George Washington. That's what that was like to them. But much, much more ancient, that may have not have been in existence. Right. And there could be other reasons, too, as well, for his embellishment. It's because the King Arthur story has a lot to do with the British culture, but in America, too, it's very famous. And, King Arthur is told so many times in so many movies you don't realize. Like Harry Potter and Dumbledore. Like Dumbledore's Merlin and Harry Potter is King Arthur. You see this all over the place in all kinds of different genres. That type of story's been being told for over 1,000 years in all kinds of different ways. And, there's a sword in the stone. There's Disney, for instance, made, movies about it. There's literature about it. It's something that's popular in culture. It's taught in schools a lot. And the reason why all that happened because of the legend that what he did. Because the reason Latina, just to reiterate it, was that he was allegedly this king that was going to fight off the Romans and fight off the Anglo-Saxon invaders. So the English invaders, to preserve the British Isles from being taken over. So they saw, and also, but Britain is a little bit of a gray area because it became the British Empire. So England and Ireland and Scotland, they all have wars with each other, but they all like united together, even if they had some issues. And the kings of Britain were related to England, were related to those other kings from Wales, from Scotland and Ireland. So they said they're descendants of King Arthur, and they fulfilled Merlin's prophecy by making the British Isles. Because they believed that, Merlin had this prophecy that there would be this like united kingdom of this alliance of these British nations, and that's what was fulfilled. So this goes back to King Henry VIII and Elizabeth I. All the way them. They based it off their, that was the medieval version of Trump to them. Like, for instance, 1,000 years from now, if the revelations and the apocalypse doesn't happen yet, Trump will be some legend for future generations 1,000 years from now. But as I said, he's like an ancient Trump to the people throughout the different generations. And I hope that answers your question. And if you have any more, I'll be glad to answer. And now that's also, my, interpretation of it. Continuing. For a little bit, we'll read this and then that'll be it. How much of this narrative was Gorfey's own invention is open for debate. He seems to have made use of the list of Arthur's 12 battles against the Saxons that were coming, found in the 9th century Historia Britannium, along with the Battle of Camillion from the Annales Cambriae, and the idea of Arthur was still alive. Arthur's status as king of Britain seems to be borrowed from pre-Glaffordian tradition being found in Cluckwich Olwen and the Welsh Triads, and the Saints' Lives. Finally, Gorfey borrowed many of the names of Arthur's possessions. One thing I'm going to add to this, what I just said. I'm going to add something else. So, and as I said, King Arthur may have not have existed. It may just be a legend. It just may have been based off somebody or just something that may have been fictional. But as I said, it's not necessarily fictional, though. It may be very well real, okay? So, but Jesus was, we know Jesus is real and all. And he did what he did. And the disciple, this is another way to strengthen Christians, is that in a refutation to atheism, even if they don't accept it, is that if Jesus was made up and he was just a story, his disciples died horrible deaths, were crucified and tortured, and they wouldn't be doing that if they really didn't believe that he rose from the dead and it was just something they made up. They're not going to die for something they made up. So his disciples, it's agreed by atheistic scholars, by Muslim scholars, by Jewish scholars, by Christian scholars, by everybody from all over the place. Now, these, like atheists, Muslims, Jews don't believe about Jesus the way we believe in him. But all scholars believe that the disciples did see Jesus after he passed away, that he resurrected. And also, so to get to my point is that these people are not going to go and die for a cause that it's agreed by all these different people that the disciples saw Jesus. Some people think they hallucinated it. Some people think that, if they really saw him or not is up for debate, but they really believe they saw Jesus come back. And I believe that was really Jesus back. That's what we believe. And these people are not going to go die terrible deaths. That, they're not going to die terrible deaths that for somebody that didn't die on the cross and resurrect. So that is the situation. So regarding the King Arthur, if his story is fake, why did so many ancient people over 1,000 years talk about him if he was just something made up? Like, what was the point of it? Like, Latina has a good point there. Why was he embellished? What was the reason for it? Like, why would all these people spread this information through generations and generations? Because in the time period he was in, he inspired people when he was alive, and then as he went along, the different generations has passed it down. And also Latina has the facts in here for us. So shout out to you, Latino. And I'm going to read them right now. Yes, there is evidence that Jesus existed through there is no physical or archaeological evidence. Latina says non-biblical sources. The Jewish historian Flavius Josephus mentions Jesus in his 20-volume History of the Jewish People, Antiquities, which was written around 93 A.D., the Roman senator and historian. Tacitus also connects Jesus to its execution by Pontius Pilate. Amen. Early non-Christian sources, Gnostic writings such as the Gospel of Truth, the Archocryphon of John, and the Gospel of Thomas all mention Jesus. The Babylonian Talmud says that Jesus was hanged on a Passover in Judea. and there's Passover in Judea. Latina says, while there is no scholarly consensus on most elements of Jesus' life, two events are widely accepted. Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist and crucified in order of Pontius Pilate. Amen, Latina. Thank you for that. It was very important. The names of Arthur's positions, close family and companions from pre-Glandorfian Welsh tradition includes Caius and Gwenfar and Uther, and perhaps the Calbruns, and later became Excalibur in subsequent Arthurian tales. However, while names, key events, and titles may have been borrowed, Brynley Roberts has argued that the Arthurian section of Gorfey's literary creation, it owes nothing to the prior narrative. Gorfey makes Welsh Meturiot into villainous Madradius. But there is no trace of such negative characteristics with figure in Welsh sources until the 16th century. There have been relatively few modern attempts to change the notion of Historia Britanniae. Is primarily Gorfey's own work, with scholarly opinion often echoing William of Newburgh's late 12th century comments of Gorfey made up his narrative, perhaps though lying. Gorfey Ash is one dissenter from this view, believing that Gorfey narrative is primarily derived from the lost sources. Gorfey's narrative is partially derived from a lost source, like I said, telling of the deeds of the 5th century British king named Rotimius, this figure being the original King Arthur, although historians and Celticists have been reluctant to follow Ash on his concessions. The story of King Arthur was embellished by many factors, including Romance tradition. The Romance tradition added themes of courtship, knightly perfection, and tales of popularized characters like Lancelot, Gawain, and Galahad, Tristan, and Gareth. I agree with that. Yes. Medieval chroniclers, chron- chroniclers like Gorfy introduced the elements from legend, such as dragons, chivalrous knights, and victorious maidens of Camelot. Retelling There are all sorts of retellings of the story since Mallory's 1485 collection, including Tennyson's Lady of Shalott and the T.H. White's The Once Future King. Gideon's work may have embellished the character of Amburius Merlin to make his point, Amburius Aurelius, to make his point that which could have given the rise of legends surrounding Arthur. Legend of Arthur is probably a composite of several people who lived in the half of the 5th century AD. If Arthur is a real individual, he was likely a nobleman of mixed Roman Britain heritage who rose prominence as a skilled war leader. Thank you, Latina. Thank you so much for that information. I really appreciate it very much. Here we go. The romance traditions. During the ongoing conquest of Wales by Edward I, he attempted to make King Arthur fundamentally an English character. See, I was talking about the Edwards. During the ongoing conquest of Wales, Edward I attempted to make King Arthur a fundamentally English character and hero. The completion of the conquest was one of the factors that shifted storytellers away from the Welsh roots of the original tales. The popularity of Gorfy's Historia and other derivatives works such as Wallace Romania Brut gave rise to a significant number of new Arthurian works in continental Europe during the 12th and 13th century, particularly in France. It was not, however, the only Arthurian influence developing of the matter of Britain. There is clear evidence that Arthur and Arthurian tales were familiar on the continent before Gorfy's work became widely known. To see the example of the Modinia Archivalist and Celtic names and stories not found in Gorfy's Historia appear in the Arthurian romances from the perspective of Arthur. Perhaps most significantly effective, the great outperforming of new Arthurian stories was the role of the king himself. Much of the 12th century and later Arthurian literature centers less on Arthur himself than the characters such as Lancelot, Guinevere, Percival, Galahad, and Godwin, and Yawain, and Tristan, and Ishute. Whereas Arthur is very much at the center of the pre-Galfordian material, and Gorfy's Historia itself, from romances, he is rapidly sidelined. His character also alters significantly in both earliest materials, and Gorfy is a great and fierce warrior who laughs as he personally slaughters witches, giants, and takes a leading role in a military campaigns. Whereas in the continent of romances, he became the Rio Fainéant, do-nothing king, whose inactivity and acquaintances constituted a central flaw in the otherwise ideal society. Arthur's role in these works is frequently that if I was that of a wise, dignified, even-tempered, somewhat bland, and occasionally feeble monarch. So he simply turns pale and silent when he learns of Lancelot's affair with Guinevere and Mort are through Whistle whilst in Yavon, the king of the lion. He is unable to stay awake after the feast and has retired for a nap. Nonetheless, Norris G.J. Lacey has observed whether his faults and fragilities may be in these Arthurian romances. His prestige is never or almost never compromised by his personal weakness. His authority and glory remain intact. That's him drawing the sword from the stone. You know, and there's all kinds of depictions. If it's a rock, if it's an anvil, there's all kinds of dispute about that. All right, let's see. Okay, Latina says that alien spaceship. It sounds like everyone wanted to claim King Arthur as their people. Absolutely, that happened over and over again in France, all over the place. Yeah, that's a very good observation indeed. Yes. Quests being developed by other writers such as Robert de Baron, a fact that helped accelerate the decline of Arthur Continental Quest, developed by other writers' romances. Similar, Lancelot and his cuckolding of Arthur with Guinevere becomes one of the classic motifs of Arthurian legend. That's messed up. Over here, over here, I want to show that. All right, this is the round table. All right, so this is the round table, and basically, you know, it's a democracy based on Christianity, and you have this, you know, that's like a holy thing, like the Ark of the Covenant type thing. It's a holy grail, and that's them. That all of the people would have equal say. Up to 1210, continental Arthurian romance was expressed primarily through poetry. After this date, the tales began to be told in prose. Most significant, these 13th century prose romances was written In the first half of the century, these works were Estor del Sant Grail Estur, and it means the Lancelot which made up half the entire Vigilant in its own, which combined the first coherent version of the entire King Arthur legend. The cycle continued the trend toward the reducing of the role played by Arthur in his legend, partly through introducing the character Galahad and expansion of the role of Merlin. Yeah, and I think a lot of people wanted to add Merlin to their story. Everybody wanted to have King Arthur and Merlin as their culture. And also, the British kings married into the Welsh and to the Irish and Scottish people to mix with their bloodline also, by the way, Latina. They thought that bloodline was special. And it's a very good point right there you made. Okay. All right. Also, I want to say that I want to continue to be talking about King Arthur. I'm going to be continuing to talk about this topic. And also, I'm gonna be wrapping up the stream because we completed this session. But tomorrow, we're gonna dive more into King Arthur and talk about this again. We'll talk more in more detail about King Arthur, and talk more about it, and other parts of the legend. Also, for those that weren't here, I'll talk about the Six Flags too. Yeah, so basically, Latina, I want to give you a special thanks for coming tonight, in spite, of not coming last time, and whatever came up with you in general, or if you're sleepy or something. I'm glad you're able to come and hang out with us, and I'm thankful for James. I really appreciate him. He's very cool. Did I miss the spooky story time? No, I didn't. I understand the description. You did not meet. You did not miss the spooky stories. I didn't talk about them tonight. The King Arthur and the different stuff took up most of the time. And basically, tomorrow, if you're here, or whenever you are able to come back, I'll do the scary stories with you here. You did not miss it. We did not do that this time. So you didn't miss anything for this stream. And I didn't touch on that this time, but we'll do that next time. Yes, tomorrow we'll do spooky stories. Yes, we'll do it tomorrow. Definitely. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I have been. Everything's been going well with me, and hope everything's been going well with all of you. I appreciate all the people that have been watching this stream, and we'll be diving into more of this tomorrow. And everybody have a good night. And wrap it up. And we'll also be talking about Krampus. So Krampus is going to be the spooky story we'll be talking about probably. Yeah. All right, and peace. And that was the wrong one. All right, we'll do this again.